I pray this believing in Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you so much, Coach Catherine. Before I call the first speaker of today, I want us to quickly do a recap of what we were able to learn yesterday. I'll give at least 2 or 3 chances to participants who were around yesterday, at least to just speak of something that you're able to capture, something that at least I take home from yesterday's presentation. Who goes first? A quick recap of what you were able to learn yesterday. We had quite a number of presenters yesterday, yeah? I can see we are joined by a team from Must. Karibuni sana. You missed a lot yesterday, but I know being experienced researchers, you'll be able to catch up quite fast. Yes, okay.
So my name is Geoffrey Sang from Cambridge. So I think I learned a lot yesterday, but what I can highlight is the issue of environment and sport, climate change and sport. So I realized that climate change play a key role, a huge role in our sporting activity. So if we don't take care of our environment, we will have no sports in the future. I was interested also with the way the presenters show us how they check the air quality before every other marathon, so that also they can avoid some places during the marathon. So that is the key message I took home yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sang. We all agree that climate change is here with us, and it is affecting all sectors of life, including sports. And a very informative presentation was done yesterday by Dr. Osano on how climate change is affecting training, competitions, and how us as coaches and also practitioners in the scope of sports, we need to take that into consideration. Thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Francis Pere, Kenya Handball Federation. We did a bit of dispute and how we go where they come from, mostly from the contractual discipline and eligibilities and the mechanisms about the HIS, internal from the federations and CAS, and we went through by Luko Irongo, and it was quite interactive. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much. Yes, Daktari, please.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think the other area that really came out was this aspect of our athletes dominating, especially in the long distance and middle distance. And there were a couple of theories that came up. There is the traditional theory of high altitude training, where probably an increase in the number of erythrocytes at high altitude could be a determinant of that performance. But I think the question came in the fact that high altitude does not only exist in E10. We've got Mexico and places like that. And then there was also the aspect of maybe it could be talent identification. And I think I also brought out the aspect of structure of the muscle. So I believe what came out is that this is still an area that requires a lot of scientific research. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Daktari. Let's pick the last one. Yes, Robert.
Okay, from yesterday's presentations, first appreciated our country as having 2 organizations that are rated by UN as very influential in terms of promoting peace, like the MISA, TECLA, And then also it evoked my curiosity to when Dr. Kwe presented about some powerhouses. And I really admire and like to further maybe even on my own investigate how they were able to achieve that success and dominance.
Yeah, thank you. Quite a lot that we were able to pick yesterday. As Dr. Ari says, high altitude is no longer in Kenya alone. And there is artificial high altitude in other countries. Countries are able to create their own artificial high altitudes. Last month I was in Morocco for World Parathletics. We were going for 5,000 meter race. Surprisingly, you know, the traditionally assumed races that Kenyans have advantage of. We were beaten by Japan. And the guy went almost round and covered almost all the athletes to the extent of coming close to number 2. And you see, we usually say Kenyans have the advantage of high altitude. And as from the presentation we had yesterday, it is clear now that countries are able to create their own high altitude labs. And as Kenya, we might be losing our grip in even long distance races. So maybe we need also to take advantage of what we have naturally and blend it with the scientific coaching. Thank you so much as well from Sports Dispute Tribunal. Yesterday we were taken through how they address quite a number of cases. But one question that came out strongly is that the Sports Dispute Tribunal is just concerned about federation issues. And as my brother says, there's so much within the athlete management, the contract signing, that us as practitioners, we don't give much attention to. People are taking advantage of our athletes. People are signing contracts. Our athletes are not well taken through those contracts. They don't know much about the content of the contracts. Then later on, it is people are not even in the talent development process that benefit out of our athletes. So as practitioners, we also need to guide our athletes on contract signing, contract agreement, so that they are well oriented to what they are signing. I want to recognize the presence of Mr. Patrick Sang, our board member. Thank you so much, sir, for creating time to come. I know we'll give you at least some minutes to share with us your many experience in coaching. Mr. Patrick Sang has been the personal coach to Eliud Kipchoge and Faith Kipyegon for the last 25 years. Yeah, so he's a very experienced and renowned coach. We'll love to hear from him at one point. So now I want to welcome the first speaker of the day, Professor Radak, who is going to speak to us about yes. Let's give a round of applause to Prof as he comes up for our first session. Thank you so much, Prof. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Asante. I would like to have some comments, if you don't mind, about high altitude. I'm not going to talk about high altitude, but it could be in the interest of quite many. So, of course, it is known that if you want to improve the endurance okay, let's jump back to 1968, Olympic Games in Mexico. World record, 100 meter, 200 meter, 400 meter, and long jump. Fantastic results. Very poor results from 1500 meter. Agree? So it means, of course, high altitude promoted the performance at short distance and suppressed the performance at long distance when you need oxygen. Because what happens at high altitude, the oxygen pressure is decreased. And because of that, you got a difficulty to take up sufficient amount of oxygen. Your body is adapting for this condition by producing more red blood cells. And importantly, producing more capillaries in the skeletal muscle. There is a study done by Bengt Saltin. He was one of the most famous researchers in exercise science from Scandinavia. He took biopsy samples from runners in Kenya, kids and also relatively good runners, and compared the result with European runners. And they also did some genetical measurements. So there is no significant difference at the fiber types, surprisingly, not even at the maximal oxygen uptake. So something else is behind your success. Maybe I'm going to. And one of the reasons is, it is said that the capillarization of your athletes is much better than European athletes. I don't know, there is a gossip that most of the super runners from Kenya are coming from the same tribe, which partly lives at high altitude. So high altitude training, high altitude was good in Mexico at 100, 200, 400 meters and long jump because of the decreased resistance. And that really promoted the performance at speed event. But because of the decreased availability of oxygen, the performance is decreased. So, usually you have two possibilities when you prepare. Either you choose conditions when the situation is worse than the competition or better than the competition. This is how you can do the training. So high altitude training is used by many. About 30 years ago, probably even more, it was discovered that intermittent exposure to high altitude is the best way to train for those who are not native. Which means actually that you sleep at high altitude and you do the training at sea level. It's not so easy to do that. So because of that, they created these many chambers. I was lucky enough to be in the Belgian Sport University while before the Olympic Games in Beijing and even during the Olympic Games. The university has about 7 rooms where you can get in, switch the condition, and you can go up to 4,000 meters. It means the athletes slept. They went in the evening, they slept 4,000 meters, have a shower, watch movies, and so on. And in the morning, they came back to normal condition and did the training at sea level. Because if you do the training at high altitude, you have to decrease the intensity because the availability of oxygen is smaller. Your body is adapting, but still does not provide you the same conditions. So that's why at high altitude, as I mentioned to it, is known. If the competition at high altitude, the performance is decreased. So on the other hand, what you have here, you have natives. And this, the native adaptation and the adaptation to intermittent exercise training is very different. If I am not wrong, the Norwegians are extremely good at cross-country skiing. This is their national sport. I think even this year, the Olympic Games, they won maybe 20 gold medals at cross-country. Cross-country is partly at altitude. What they did before the Olympic Games in Lillehammer, they separated the cross-country team. One team had the training at sea level, the other had the training at high altitude. And when they summarized the result at the end up, it showed out the sea level trained team did better results than the high altitude team. So actually it means that high altitude training is not a guarantee for success for those who don't have who are not native high altitudes. On the other hand, if you are native high altitudes, the muscle, we learned last week, okay, this week anyway. So when I talked earlier, I just mentioned to you that maximal oxygen uptake, which is the capacity, how much oxygen you are going to uptake, is one of the important part of endurance performance, is dependent on the capillarization of the muscles and the mitochondrial content. And these two factors actually is induced by hypoxic conditions. High altitude is a kind of hypoxia. And if you are born, if you are native, then your muscles actually genetically coded for a bit larger mitochondrial concentration and a bit more capillarization, which is no question a benefit. This is a really, really important point. And then the Scandinavian group also said that your runners are slimmer than the European runners, which is actually a benefit at long distance. And also they said that the gastrocnemius muscle is a bit smaller, and this is also a benefit. So you got some kind of genetical benefits. And my talk here will be bit about how our evolution, which started here in the eastern part of Africa, affected our body, and a little bit I'm going to talk about how it also affected our metabolism. So any part of my talk, just stop and then raise your hand and try to answer questions. And the talk will be not smooth, because I'm also going to stop some part and try to explain something. Okay. So what you can see here, the first two slides, it's not about, it is about health. So what they found out, we have individuals with different level of physical fitness, poor level of physical fitness, high level of physical fitness. And what you can see here, age groups. From the age of 20 to 40, you see, there is no relationship between the level of fitness and mortality. Of course, you don't have to die at such a young age. Not a good business. But if you go up to the over of 65, the relationship is beautiful. See the scale here. So it means that if you have high level of physical fitness, you have much smaller chance to die early. So let's see, this is very informative table here. Total deaths at this group 64, 20. Big difference, isn't it? Cardiovascular disease, 24 guys died here, this group, 3 died here. Huge difference. Cancer incidence, 20 here, less than 4 than here in these two groups, less than 4. So you can see that higher level of physical fitness actually, without any question, really decreases the rate of mortality over a certain age, and also decreases the possibility from die from cardiovascular disease or cancer. So, what I'm going to talk, I mentioned that our DNA is about 1.6% different than chimpanzees. Very small difference. Very statistically, this is not a difference, because this is 1.6%. So the evolution, the change of the DNA is extremely small. You know, actually nothing happened for thousands of years, nothing happened. But really happened is that the rate of physical activity significantly decreased, and the possibility of the availability of food is increased. So no change at the DNA, we got a change at the food availability and we got a change of physical activity. But what I really want to point out in my talk is the way how the human DNA is developed. It was together with very high level of physical activity. So, this is a paper from Nature magazine. And this paper said that endurance running was very important part of the Homo sapiens. How is it happened? Let's go back to the time of Homo erectus. That time, no McDonald's around, no Kentucky Fried Chicken. We have to get some food somehow. How could you get that? Good quality. The Homo erectus started to increase the brain size and really decreased the gut and the intestine system length. Got smaller. It gets smaller and the brain got bigger. That is a very important part of the evolution. But how can we had the luxury to have such a big brain? Just think about, even right now, when you do nothing, you are sitting, 20% of your normal energy use is done by your brain. Every fifth oxygen molecule that you are exhaling, every fifth goes to your brain. So, brain consumes a lot of energy. How could we afford that time? How could we do that? So, this guy said, I think we are in a nice country. So if you see how lion hunts, lion together with other animals, the efficiency is about 20–30%. And if you see the desert dogs, how they hunt, what they do, they check one animal and they run after the animal. Run, many kilometers. And when the prey animal stops, because of exhaustion, it's easy to eat. So this is the theory. So long time ago, you believe it or not, the human endurance is really exceptional. Really is exceptional. So we have a system. Of course, you know that muscle contraction is producing heat. It is efficient, but it's still producing heat. If it's producing heat, it means that you have to get rid of the heat. How can you get rid of the heat? You are sweating. One possibility. Yeah? But to be able to sweat, you have to have a very nice so-called peripheral circulation. Some part of the blood has to come up and get rid of the heat. Very important. And we humans have a very fantastic peripheral resistance. Peripheral circulation. Do you have a dog? Some of you? Did you run together with your dog? So your dog is much easily exhausted than you, and when the dog stops, then the lung will be tongue will be pretty long and try to release heat. Yes, we can release heat during exercise. Most of the animals cannot do that, and this is the reason. This is one of the bases of our fantastic endurance capacity. So what researchers did, actually, they put this guy, a sheep, on a treadmill in the room which temperature was 24 degrees, okay? And then the speed of the treadmill was 70% of the maximal oxygen uptake. And after 30 minutes, the so-called Neanderthal. Neanderthal people lived in Europe when the temperature was much lower than here in Africa. So they didn't develop the endurance capacity because they hunted completely different way. They didn't survive. Homo sapiens sapiens, which is the home is Eastern Africa, survived actually because they developed a fantastic endurance capacity. This is they hunted. They run after the prey, and when the prey temperature increased a certain level, they stopped, and then they could kill it even without weapon, by stone and so on. So those individuals who managed to get this kind of food, nice quality protein, survived. You know, one of the important points of the survival is physical fitness. If you get higher level of physical fitness, you get a greater chance to survive. Those who couldn't get good quality prey couldn't survive, they died. So that was a very nice selection of Homo sapiens in that time. So we survived who got better and better endurance. So this is the story. So that's why it is really suggested that endurance running was very, very important part of the Homo sapiens. What is the most important meaning of that? The most important meaning of this is that our DNA is developed with endurance, developed with physical activity, which is completely opposite than our current lifestyle. Because today we are sitting. So it's not healthy, and of course because of this we have a lot of lifestyle related diseases. Because we were not developed for that. We are forcing now to this kind of lifestyle, but this is not healthy. The healthy part is doing physical activity, running. And this is what you are doing in many places in your beautiful country. So, spine. I'm telling you that the shape of spine was created because of running, not because of walking, not because we are standing on two legs, because we run. And the running actually shaped our spine, especially this part. Because this part of the spinal cord is cushioned the contact when we are contacting with the ground. This behaves as a spring. So again, the idea that exercise, and especially running, later on I'm going to tell you about javelin throwing too, was important part. So lumballosis here, and how it is changing, how it is the disc, and how the lordosis extent is changing during running and during walk, you can see in this slide. So it is very simple that this lordosis actually cushion all of the impact of running, and this is why we have this kind of spine. So the next is gastrocnemius muscle. Everybody knows, of course, ends up with a tendon called Achilles tendon. This is one of the strongest tendon in our body. So the force which is generated here in the muscle has to transfer through the tendon, and the tendon is attached to the bone called tuber. Why it is so important? See, so the length of Achilles tendon actually is pretty important. If you can stretch the Achilles tendon, you can store energy. And if you can store energy, you can get back the energy. Because Achilles tendon actually is a passive part The muscle force is generated by the muscle, the contractive force, and then it transferred to the tendon, or you have to stretch the tendon. The way how you are able to stretch the tendon is crucial in order to get back the energy. Look at this guy. This guy has a pretty long Achilles tendon, yeah? Pretty long. If it can stretch it, can jump 10 meters or so, bang, 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 bang. So those individuals who have longer and more stretchable Achilles tendon, probably they have an advantage, not just in jumping, but also in running. So, and there is a concept, that we developed the tuber, the shape and the size of the tuber because of running. You can see our ancestors. Early man, can you see the tuber? Not really, nothing here, nothing here. Oh, it's getting bigger and bigger here. Oh, quite big here. You see? So as we got farther and farther in our evolution, the size of the tuber get bigger and bigger and bigger. Because the size of the tuber get bigger and bigger and bigger, then the attachment point of Achilles, it is changed. And this attachment point could be important. So there is a relationship here, how the Achilles is attached. If you get a big tuber, generally it means you can stretch the Achilles tendon in a greater way. So there is a study showing a relationship between the running economy and the way how you are able to stretch the Achilles tendon. And there is a gossip that your athletes have longer Achilles tendon, it's better stretched than Caucasians. So that could be an advantage, a big advantage. Aha. So this is the tuber length here, this study, and this is Neanderthal. This is relative tuber length, and this is the relationship with the running economy and the Achilles movement arm here. So this study again suggesting that the way if you are able to stretch the Achilles could be an important part at the running economy. When I try to select a girlfriend, first of course I watch her face and also I watch some part of her body. You too? But I guess this is also true for the ladies, yeah? I guess that this is the way of selection, which is also important. So this part of our body is extremely important, yeah? So let's see the guy who has almost the same genetic as we have. Look at the look at the oh shit. The femoris muscle. Femoris is here, sorry. This is a shit. How do you call the gluteus maximus? Oh my God, Alzheimer's disease. So, see the gluteus maximus of the chimpanzee, very long shape, and see ours, very, very different. Of course, you can claim that this is due to the fact that we are walking on two legs. But I just couldn't find a nice photo when the electrodes were spaced on the gluteus maximus muscle. So usually you can get information about the muscle activity based on registering the electric signals. Of course, you know the electric signals of the heart is called ECG. When the heart is contracting, you can record ECG signals. If you put the electrodes on the muscle, it's called electromyography, and if you got stronger and more greater signals and the density, it means that the muscle is working at greater capacity. So what they did, they put the electrodes here at the gluteus maximus muscle, and then recorded it at walking and recorded it when they are running. So you can see much bigger signals when you run. So it means, girls, especially it's a message for you, if you want to increase the size of gluteus maximus muscle, walking is not enough. You have to either have to run or go up on stairs, because this kind of activity increases and shapes your muscle, which is pretty nice. So human gluteus maximus and its role of running. So what I try to tell you so far is that running was important part of the evolution of Homo sapiens, and the running changed our body, changed every part of the body, changed the circulation, changed the leg, changed the spine, changed the gluteus maximus muscle, and so on. But this is okay. After marathon running, this is the most beautiful event of track and field, javelin throwing. This is a photo of Miklos Németh. I was lucky enough to compete with him. Actually, not compete with him, but being at the same competition with him. So he was an Olympic champion in 1976 at Montreal. With his first trial, he threw a world record 94.52. So that time it was a shocking data. And then what I am going to tell you, that not, okay, so far I just talked about running, but evolution is, of course, running was the most important point, but of course we can get some food other way around, and then when we developed spare, then we had the chance to get food in other way too. Even in some natives, even today, they are sowing spares, and then they can get some good meat through of that. Again, if you compare the body shape and the structure of the shoulder of a chimpanzee, this is what you can see here, and this is our very, very different. So it seems as we learned how to throw, which was again important for getting meat, then this step by step also changed our body, and then our body is adapted to this event, and then slowly but change the shape of the shoulder and allow us to through farther and farther distance and greater power. So also important part of the evolution. And evolution, I talked about this some days ago, also had a powerful event on the brain size. That was, of course, important part because we had to feed our brain. And if you compare the fat content, okay, brain mostly uses carbohydrate as a fuel. As I told you, 20% of the resting energy goes to the brain. But if you do exercise, a little bit even more. And then mostly brain uses blood sugar as an energy source, and brain cannot really store energy. So all of the energy is mobilized in our body from different organs, liver, sometimes even in muscle, but generally blood sugar is the main source. But many, some 1,000 years ago, even some 100 years ago, even some places, even today, we have starvation. When you cannot eat for days, yes? So then how can we provide carbohydrate for the brain? So that is a very important issue. So our brain learned to use ketone bodies which are produced from fat. So human being learned to store more fat than most of the animals. So if you see, our fat content is much larger than the fat content of apes. The reason is because we developed bigger brain. We had to provide food. If we haven't got a daily food or every second day in the starvation, our fat content was there to supply the energy of our greater brain. So being fat was beneficial about some 1,000 years ago, because then it increased the survival possibility in case of starvation when you couldn't kill a mammoth or something like that. Today, being fat is a disadvantage because it really decreases the possibility to survive. So this is how much our life changed. So energy expenditure, you can see Homo sapiens, has much higher energy expenditure than gorilla, pongo, and other apes. So it means that the bigger brain actually made it necessary to provide energy in faster way. So our gut system, intestine system changed a lot, being able to provide food, and again our body stores energy. Our body, again, just an example, stores about 3,500 kilocalorie or something like that in carbohydrate and about 100,000 in fat. A lot more. So fat is a very important energy source. What we generally not use in to feeding our brain, but in case of starvation, when we don't have food, then fat is broken down in the liver to ketone bodies, and the ketone bodies through the circulation providing energy to our brain. I already showed this relationship with those who were here some days ago. This is the relationship between brain size and exercise capacity. So you can see very beautiful relationship. So those animals who have greater exercise capacity develop bigger and bigger brain. So of course bigger brain provides you better navigation, better memory, memorizing things, learning things, all of the stuff. This is extremely important. And you know what? This is also linked to exercise. This is extremely important. It, again, not due to the mathematics lessons, not even the physics lessons. It is dependent on how much exercise you do. And exercise have a fantastic and beautiful effects on the brain growth. I know for some of you maybe it's a repeat, but I'm going to tell you. So this study was done in Irvine in California by scientists who were interested in the effect of enriched environment. So what they did, they put mice in a very fancy cage with playground and tunnels and so on. And then what they wanted to study stem cells. Stem cells are cells in our body which are not specialized. Stem cells can, as a high school student, they can form muscle cells, they can form neurons, they can form skin, they can form liver, whatever they want. So stem cells are important. In our body we have two organs in which we don't have replicating cells. One is skeletal muscle and the other is brain, when the neurons are not replicated. So these scientists thought that maybe if they put the animals in enriched environment, then the stem cells in the brain start to proliferate, and the stem cells actually will transform to neurons, and by this they have better function. So what they did actually also add an extra group with a running wheel as an extra control, and before the study they injected BRDU. BRDU is an agent which incorporates with the DNA newly formed cell DNA. So if you measure the BRD content, then you can find out the new cells are generated. What they did measure the memory. There is a big pool in the laboratory, and they put the mice always at the same place. They put the mice into the water. Under the level of the water, there is a hidden island. So the animals are swimming. You can see. When they find the island, of course they stop. Day by day, you repeat the same study. And smart animals can locate the hidden island faster based on their memory. So what they did, they found out that those animals who had a running wheel in the cage could locate faster the hidden island, so they get better memory, better function. And they also found that these guys actually who had a running wheel developed new cells in the brain. So you can see new cell formation in the hippocampus. Hippocampus of the brain is the part which is responsible for memory and learning. This part of the brain is collapsed when you have a disease called Alzheimer's disease. And because of that, you are losing short-term memory. And you got a problem. But exercise, actually, what exercise does, increases the number of new neurons called neurogenesis in this very important part of the brain, and scientists believe this is linked to better function. So, what is the effect? You can see the age, this is the age-related part of the brain. Here you can see the gray matter. Here you can see the white matter. Here, gray matter and white matter. Age-related decline. So probably you can see if your grandmother opens, or you, if you open the window, this muscle, this called triceps, is moving like this, yes? Because with aging, your muscle is losing the toughness. This is true not just for a muscle, it is true for a brain. The shape is changing, and the structure is changing. And this is what happens with aging. Unfortunately, our brain is losing the structure, and this part is heavily affected, the gray matter, and this is white matter. But see this, those individuals who have higher level of physical fitness compensate this in this part of the brain. So almost equivalent here and here, almost the same part, here and here. So what we can say actually is that as a result of exercise, you can prevent, or you can really suppress the age-related structural changes in the brain. Oh, this study shows the same. What they have, 1 year exercise, aerobic exercise, and 1 year nothing. And as a result of 1 year exercise, the size of the hippocampus, which is here, increased in the left side and also increased at the right side. You can see. But if you don't do anything, there is a decline at the size. Again, the size of the hippocampus is extremely important, the function at memory, at learning. So exercise has a fantastic, very, very beautiful effects on that part of the brain which is crucial at memory and learning. So what I'm showing here is Alzheimer's disease, brain, hippocampus, almost nothing compared to here. You see? Memory disappeared. Also, we have a problem with other part of the brain, but we have a huge problem here at the hippocampus. And we also have a problem at that part which is responsible for communication. Anybody has a question so far? Yep. Stretch. Strength, yeah. Yeah. Sorry?
Yeah, I'd like you to touch on the evolution of the strength, because if you compare from the ancient Olympic Games, the implement like discus, the weight was higher than in the modern Olympics. What could be the difference?
Sorry, I got a problem with the mic. Okay, go ahead now. Speak up.
Yes, I'm asking whether you can touch about the issue of strength evolution.
Strength?
Evolution, yeah, because you've touched on endurance, on the brain capacity.
Yeah.
Because if you compare the ancient Olympic Games,
Ancient Olympic Games, yeah.
the athletes used to compete with even implements with a higher weight. Like a discus could weigh up to almost almost 6 kg, 4 to 6 kg. You could maybe touch about it. And again, if you can compare so a number of records, some of them have not been matched, especially in the throwing events.
but you know, in ancient Olympic Games, we are talking about still Homo sapiens, and what I'm talking about now is the evolution. So when the ancient Olympic Games was about correct me, 3,000 years ago or something like that. By that time, we were the same. What I am talking about, how we developed. So, but again, in case of strength, I have to say, when we compare the skeletal muscle of, let's say, orangutan or gorillas, they are very powerful, yeah? Gorilla and human being, if you see a certain part, the cell, which is called sarcomere, the sarcomere of the orangutan and the sarcomere of human being is able to perform the same amount of force. So very, very similar. We got the same type of proteins everywhere. But gorilla has much bigger muscle mass than we have. What we got actually, we lost muscle mass because in case of endurance, carrying a lot of muscle, it's not really big deal, not really beneficial. So we lost certain part of our muscle. even though you get a talented athlete. Nothing for free. Nothing just up to the genetics. The job of coaches are extremely important. Extremely important. And again, the knowledge of coaches. To find out what could be the benefit and what is the weakest point of your athletes. Because if you know the weakest point, you can target the weakest point. And this is what is going to improve your results. Yep. Just speak up. Yeah.
Talk again. Now, as much as probably we are talking about the long and middle distance,
Yeah.
I'm also wondering about the sprinters, this aspect of Jamaicans, and is there any explanation as to why a particular
Yeah.
race or whatever also dominate in the sprints?
You will see how confused I am now, because so far I just to tell you that fiber types, there is no significant difference between the fiber types of Scandinavian and East African. But there is a difference between Western Africans and Eastern Africans. And most of the African Americans are from the west part of Africa. So it means that those who were transferred over there, placed now in Cuba, Jamaica, Bahama, United States, they are not really coded for long distance. Probably you cannot name any of them who reached a fantastic result as a born African American over there at long distance. But they are extremely good at explosive sport, like boxing, sprinter, jumping, and that kind. They are so what I am saying is, yes, there is a genetical setup. And I am not saying that if I want to be a really good coach, I would go to Jamaica. I would not send Patrick to Jamaica to find a very good marathon runner over there. He proved that he's a fantastic coach. But I doubt he could select good guys over there and can compete with your guys. Yep.
So there's something interesting that you talked about, Alzheimer's disease, and you were showing the shape of the hippocampus of the brain,
Yeah.
which showed that it is reduced in size.
Yeah.
And in my studies, I came across exercise in chronic diseases. And as we advocate for exercise as medicine, I'd like you to expound much on the management of Alzheimer's disease through exercise.
Okay. I try to sell the idea that exercise is very good for health. But the truth is that physical inactivity is terrible, because we developed our DNA together with exercise, mobility. So we developed, if you change this as a result of your current lifestyle and you are being physically inactive, you increase the incidence of all of the diseases. And in case of Alzheimer's disease, the two most important risk factors are physical and cognitive inactivity. So one way is to fight against Alzheimer's disease, to study, to train your brain. Extremely important. And of course that is to train your muscle as well. So we use exercise, we say, as a medicine. But what I'm saying is physical inactivity is a poison. This is what you have to avoid when we are talking about health. I think I'm very pretty sure of that. That exercise actually able to maintain, just think about it. If you have a fracture, you get a plastic for 6 weeks or so, half of the muscle is disappearing. But if you don't use it, your body is not investing it. Useless, then plastic. So our brain is very plastic. It's able to answer for everything. I know a study which was done on Paralympic athlete. That guy, no hands. He has an arrow and shoot the arrow. Okay, he uses his leg and his mouth to stretch the bow and then shoot in the distance and also in the target. No hands. That guy actually learned how to use his legs, how to write. So normally, your hand has a very big representation in your brain. But this poor guy, no hand. But what happened? Now, his leg has the same place in the brain. So because no hand, so his brain changed. And now, his brain is as plastic that his leg occupied that place that usually belonged to the hand. So it is so plastic. So we can adapt to almost every conditions. The human adaptability is really incredible. Guys, just think about it. You can even adapt to get married, yes? No, it's not a joke? Okay. I thought it's funny, but not. Okay. We can adapt to everything. Actually, we can adapt to having a boss at home, yes? Or 2 bosses or 3 bosses. Yes, it's normal. We can adapt to everything. We can endure everything. You know, we can live at 5,000 meters. We can live in very cold conditions. We can live in very hot conditions. We can almost endure everything. The human adaptability is really, really incredible. But you have to have a challenge. We can say exercise is a challenge. Exercise is a challenge. And if you do it properly, your body is really can adapt to almost everything, even very harsh condition. Human being is really, really powerful. And again, we have a fantastic endurance capacity, and we have, of course, due to our brain, we have a very nice brain capacity, with many times we use it for stupid things. So avoid politics, because those guys are using, yes?
I want to give an example. I don't know, I feel it fits there. There's a course we did in coaching kids, and the instructor told us to imagine that we are the kids now, we don't know anything about the sport, and then we are required to use throughout the course our non-dominant hands. And by the time we finished the course, we could achieve some very good level of success with our non-dominant hands.
Yeah.
Yes. Within a very short time.
Yeah. Nice example is Rafa Nadal. Rafa Nadal was not a bad tennis player, yeah? He's a right-handed player, actually. He writes everything he writes with his right hand. But his uncle said, when he was a kid, he used both hands in case of racket. And he said, his uncle said, okay, choose one of the hand. And coincidentally, Rafa chose left hand. And he became a left-hand tennis player. But he was a right-hander. But being a left-hander, it was a benefit. So it means that he is still right-handed, but you can, this is a very important part, we can learn so complex coordinational tasks. Just see gymnastic, or many, even pole jump. It's very complex coordinative event. Yeah? So we can learn everything. Human body is really fantastic. Again, learning technique, it's a different story, but at very young age, it's extremely important. So when you are, let's say, around 3 to 6, kids can learn almost all kinds of technical movements. So they are so easily can learn movements. So don't miss certain periods. My daughter, she went to kindergarten in Japan, because that time I lived there, and then at the kindergarten, I don't know how to call the bicycle which just has one wheel. like that you can see in the circuses, they got only this at the kindergarten. And almost every kid learned how to do that. They are so easily to adapt to everything. They have you can improve their balance very nicely. Really incredible. So if you expose them to the right stimulus at the right age, you can do whatever you want. But try it your age now. Your environment is going to enjoy it, for sure. Yes?
I'm Christabel
Hi.
from Masinde Muliro University.
Nice to meet you.
So, two things caught my attention while you are presenting. One is about the Achilles tendons and the
Achilles tendon, yeah?
Yes, the Achilles tendons. So, from your presentation, you say that Achilles tendon, if you can stretch it, you can store energy.
Yeah.
And number two, the longer the Achilles tendons, the advantage an athlete has in running or jumping.
Yeah.
So, for instance, if I'm a coach, I'm an athletic coach, and I have my athletes. One, can you explain to us how we can help our athletes stretch the Achilles tendons so that we can improve performance? And then number two, how can you detect that the Achilles tendons have shortened over time for the athletes? Then number three, in relation to that, the Achilles tendons, you presented on the hip flexor muscle, where the gluteus muscle. Yeah. And I understand there's a relationship between the hip flexor and the running biomechanics. Maybe if you can explain. Then number three is about...
No, wait. I'm suffering from Alzheimer's, so wait. Number one. Yeah, this is, it's called, partly it's called explosive training. Someone also, some sport, you can also call it explosive and eccentric training. Once, I just give you an example. We got a neighbor country, that Serbia. Then we had a high jumper, Topic. His personal best was 2.37 meters. So he came over to our lab and he asked our help. What he asked, I'm not, but it could be fun to ask again Lila to jump down from the seat. So there's a drop jump. You know, you are standing here, jumping down, and you jump up. So when you jump down, you can stretch the Achilles tendon. That kind of training is extremely important. Why? Because if you jump down, you stretch it, and then you can get. So what he asked me, what we did, we get a force platform here, and the guy jumped from 50 centimeters, jumped down and jumped up. We measured his jump up height. Okay, let's say it was 70 centimeters, okay? Then we increased it to 70 centimeters here. Jumped up, he jumped up, it was 75. So increased the performance. So we gradually increased the height from where he jumped down. And it turned out that it was 1 meter, 10 centimeters tall, like this, when his performance, jumping up performance, started to decrease. So we said, this is too much. So jump from 1 meter. Because then, from 1 meter, you can really stretch the Achilles, and then you can still jump. This is your maximum jump up. So this is how you specifically provide personalized training to jump down, stretch that muscle. You cannot do it when you are doing here. The load that you are using here, that's your body. It is too small to stretch the Achilles tendon. So these kind of exercises are very often used by jumpers. Long jumpers, high jumpers, triple jumpers. I guess they are also used by hurdlers. I don't know about you. Did you use this kind of exercise when you were an athlete? Drop jump? Not much. But of course you had also had to jump. which again, if you stretch the muscle, then the Achilles, then the jump could be longer, and that could be a benefit. So this is a response for your first question. Yeah. And the response of this, but the second question is
So the
whether I am free this evening.
second one.
No.
Is, the hip. You explained to us the relationship between the hip flexor and the running biomechanics of an athlete.
Sorry, I am not good at biomechanics. I have to confess. But in our body is built up from. Okay, for instance, if you see the hamstring muscle goes through two joints, here hip and also in the tendon. So it is affected when you change this direction, and it's also affected when you bend your knees. So both. So actually hamstring at the same time helps to fix certain positions. And in case of running, of course, hamstring has an important role in this. But you are asking the gastrocnemius muscle. Yeah, or the gluteus maximus muscle. Yeah, here?
The hip flexors, the femoris.
Yeah, we have. I pass. I'm sorry. I don't think I can give you a proper answer for that, because my knowledge at biomechanics is very poor. I wanted to study biomechanics when I was young, but just javelin throwing, because that was my love event. So I don't know much about it. Sorry for that.
Okay, and then the last one.
Yeah.
You talked about running and the spinal cord.
Yeah, running and spinal cord, yes.
The relationship between running and spinal.
Yeah.
Spinal cord.
Yeah.
You talked a little bit, but while you were presenting, I was trying to look at some of maybe a research on that. But definitely I've found none, which is a good area maybe for research. Maybe I can pursue that area in PhD, between the relation between running and performance in athletes.
I don't know. What I try to tell you now, that the shape of the spinal cord, the lumbar part especially, they shaped because of running. Because that was our daily running distance that time. I can tell you that when we were at the Stone Age, one day we used 4,000 kilocalorie for physical activity. 4,000. Today we use more than 400, less than 400. So this is a big difference. So that time, when we run and walked so many kilometers, then our body had to have the capacity to somehow fight against the impact. But about research at the moment, I really cannot give to you any advice. In my lab, actually, most of the poor researchers, young PhD students, cannot have a topic. But they have to do is the grant. When I get a grant, they have to get involved in the grant and do that kind of research. So I think there are very few labs in the world when really allows poor PhD students to find and select their own topic, because research is dependent on money as a war, yeah? So he got money for certain topics, which is probably at the first run gained by your supervisor, your professor. You have to be in the queue and then do that kind of research. But of course, when you will be an independent researcher, you have to find your own topic. And probably searching this could be quite interesting, because I don't think we have many studies on that.
All right. Thank you so much, Prof, for such a wonderful presentation.
Finished?
Yes, we are about to go for 10 o'clock.
Okay,
Tea break.
then Lilo, just a second.
Are you through? I'll give you some few
Yeah,
more
but I
minutes.
thought I have 2 hours. Okay, don't mind. You are like my wife. Go home, go home.
No, really. Maybe after tea break, we'll give you more like 20 or so minutes.
Okay,
to
okay,
finish.
okay.
Right, thank
So
you.
because I have 300 more slides, okay. So you can blame him. You can blame him.
Let's give one hearty clap to Professor for the presentation. A better one, please. Thank you. The question on biomechanics and running, I think Dr. Kweyu might pick it up after tea break. I request that we break for our 10 o'clock, then we return after 30 minutes. So that means we come at 11, at exactly 11. Thank you. Enjoy your tea. Mid-East, we have a Kemri who are setting up a sports laboratory, a sports medicine lab in Eldoret, and we love to give them maybe 2 or 5 minutes time to talk to us about what they are setting up and how that is going to impact the scope of sports in Kenya. Maybe tomorrow or our last day, our last day. Before we invite our next speaker on stage, I would like to do a small fun activity, right? I would like us to do a reaction time activity. Karibu sana, Madam CEO. Thank you for creating time to join us for today's sessions. That is the CEO Kenya Academy of Sports, Dr. Doreen Odhiambo. Karibu sana, Madam. Now, I'll guide you through the reaction time activity before we invite Dr. Laila or Leila? Leila. I have to get it rightly. Okay, can we all be upstanding, please? Identify a partner in pair of twos. Let's be in pair of twos. Kila mtu akuwe na partner wake in pair of twos. No, size doesn't matter. Size, gender, doesn't matter. No, he's in pair of twos. Stand while facing each other. Stand while facing each other. Ondula hujapata mtu? All this time you've been single, bwana. You are still single. Nani ana mtu? Please join Mr. Sang here. Good. Now, this is a reaction time activity, right? When I say 0, you stand at attention. Attention. When I say 1, one of the partner lifts a single finger up. Yeah. Then the other partner, when I say 2, the other partner puts the hand on the finger, like this. Let's do a demo with the ruler here. Let's come. So we are standing at attention. 1, 2. Then when I say 3, your objective, whoever his finger is up, is to pull your finger as fast as possible. And his objective is to catch my finger. Okay. So that we see our reaction time and sensitivity. Okay, set. Attention. 1, 2, 3. Nana ameshikwa. Anybody caught? Nobody. Hey, our reaction time is quite good. Let's go again the last time. Ready? Attention. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Clap for yourselves. Good job. Great job. Thank you so much. Now I want to welcome on stage our next speaker for today's morning session, Dr. Leila. Karibu sana to the stage. Dr. Leila will be speaking to us on communicating feedback to athletes and teams. Round of applause as we welcome Daktari. Thank you so much, Daktari. Karibu.
Okay, it is not working. Can you help me with the pointer, please? Oh, okay. Okay, good. Karibu, everyone, Jambo. For those who were not here in the first part of this seminar, on the first part of the week, I am Lilla Török, and I mainly investigate the socio-psychological aspect of performance in general. This session is about something everybody, every coach, every athlete, every sports scientist experience on a daily basis, or even more frequently, is giving and receiving feedback. In sport, you are far more experienced than I am. I am simply exploring some ideas inspired by our own and others' research. In this presentation, I want to speak to both practitioners and researchers. Let me start with a personal story, somewhat similar to Professor Radak's story. I come from a relatively underprivileged family. Neither of my parents have high school diploma. I was a curious child, but I attended a good school, but I was nothing special. One day, my Hungarian teacher sat down next to me and asked whether I would like to attend the national academic competition and whether she would be my mentor. I had no idea what it was, but I said, of course. I don't know what she saw in me. I didn't even have the best grade in her subject, but that moment changed my life because I studied so hard for that competition that I was able to get into university with state funding, and at that time the entry bar for psychology was higher than for medical school. Before we continue, I would like to emphasize again the cultural sports psychological perspective that I take. So culture counts, and it is very important because everything what I am going to talk about, I think everything was developed in Western cultures. So the participants of those research were coming from Western cultures. So you should take this factor into consideration when I talk about these results. First, I would like to refer back to the former talk about self-esteem a few days before. So coherent self has two components. Oops. Again, I don't know why. Oh, okay. So I would like to refer back to this former theory about the coherent self concept. So coherent self. Coherent self has two components. The first one is self-concept, and then the other one is self-esteem. The self-concept is the cognitive part of the self. So what we think, believe, know about ourselves. So this is a cognitive hard part of the self. Self-esteem is the emotional layer. So what we feel about this feeling, what we feel about ourselves. So the emotional part of ourselves. Why is it important? Because when we talk about feedback, both of them are connected. So when we receive feedback, we can conclude how we are as a person, as a human being, and also it influences how we feel about ourselves. And this is a very important starting point because we receive feedback all the time. So these concepts are already are all the time present. And feedback creates threat because my self-esteem is at stake. So how I feel after the feedback about myself, what I am going to think about myself after the feedback. So it can create threat, especially when it is about my value as a person, and it is mostly about the value as a person, value of me as a person. So feedback can create reluctance and resistance. I don't want to accept it when it is tending to be negative because that is just painful. I would like to continue with a common sense. Feedback is present everywhere. We give and receive it through everything we do, even though saying nothing at all. A coach who says nothing after a poor performance is giving a message just as clearly as one who speaks. Silence is feedback, body language is feedback, selection decisions are feedback. The question is not whether we give feedback or not, but whether we are giving the feedback we intend to give, and of course, the receiver understands in a way that we intend to. The main aim of feedback is behavior change. The science of physiology means nothing if you cannot convince the athlete to act on it. So this is a very important aspect. I mean, the social science has a very important point here. So physiology and every research means nothing if you cannot convince the athlete to act on it. But before we discuss theories and examples, we need to understand the psychological context in which feedback lands. Feedback doesn't arrive in a vacuum, but in a relationship, and this is a very important point to start with. There is no sophisticated feedback technique that works if it is not authentic and congruent with the person giving it. So let me refer back to our opening stories with Professor Radak. Professor Radak does not even remember what that PE teacher said to him. He doesn't even remember the words, because the real feedback beneath the verbal level was simply this: I care, you matter, and I believe in you. Of course, we are talking about kids here, but still coaches have a huge effect, and I think Professor Radak highlighted this point in his presentations too, how much power as a coach you have and how much influence as a coach you have over the people you work with. So again, we cannot talk about feedback without first talking about the coach-athlete relationship and the coach influence on how the athlete interprets the word and themselves in it. Let me show you one example from our results. We asked team sport athletes to read a set of coach descriptions and choose the one that most closely resembled their own coach. These descriptions represented different coach leadership styles, adapted from a study on leadership in the workplace that was published in Scientific Research. That is a Nature published journal. Of course, we are well aware that reality is far more complex than any typology can capture, but for the purposes of this study, participants choose between 3 leadership styles. The first one was autonomy supportive. The second one was authoritative. And the third one was paternalistic. The last of which sits somewhere between the other two in terms of how much the coach cares for the athlete and controls the athlete. So these are the two dimensions that differentiated the three leadership styles: care and control. How a coach cares and the athlete, what is going on, how he or she controls the athlete. After that, we collected feedback situations that might create ambiguity in terms of how it can be interpreted. The first one, what I want to show is this one. So imagine yourself in a situation where your coach substitutes you during the match after your first mistake. As a player, what do you think was the coach's reason for doing this? So this is something that happens oftenly or can happen often. It can be interpreted differently. Okay, what was in the mind of the coach? And what we were curious about is whether the coaching styles influences the respondent's answer to this question. They have two answer opportunity to choose. The first one, my coach constituted me after my first mistake so that I collect my thoughts, and when I return to the pitch, I do not repeat the same mistake. The second option was, my coach substituted me after my first mistake because they do not trust me and would not want the team to lose because of me. So athletes had to choose between these two options, why the coach behaved in a way. And what we found is the following. Okay. Athletes who identified their coach as authoritative tended to select the second interpretation rather than the first one, compared to those with an autonomy supportive coaching style. And the paternalistic is between the two, as I mentioned, that it was our hypothesis too. So participants differed fundamentally how they interpreted an ambiguity situation based on the coaching style they were exposed to. And there is more than that. We also investigated the previous coaching style. So what was the previous coach is like? And these interpretations are shaped, so not only by the current, we can see here, these interpretations are not shaped only by the current coaching style, but also by the previous one. If you see the lines here, this is the probability the participants choose the second option, so that the coach does not trust me. And if you see here, when authority is coupled with former authority, this is the blue one, almost 100% of our participants choose this option. This is a very preliminary data. This is underpowered. This is under publishing, and we are collecting data, but the pattern is clear here. Here, the autonomy supportive coach. This is the current coach style, and of course this is the previous one. And see here, when the actual autonomy supportive coaching style is coupled with a previous coaching style being autonomy supportive, this is the lowest percentage what we see here who choose the second option. So the reason why I wanted to show this is people make sense of the word based on the feedback they receive from the coach. And not just from the current coach, but it is shaped by previous experiences too. And we need to take into consideration this factor when we start to work with an athlete, what they mean by something, what is in his or her mind when we give a feedback, what it means for them. Let me continue with an interesting dilemma when it comes to giving feedback. The mentor dilemma describes a specific challenge. When a coach or mentor must give critical feedback to an athlete, they face two legitimate but apparently opposing goals. The first is honesty. Giving accurate, high standard, genuinely corrective feedback. This is the first one. The second is kindness. Protecting the athlete from the discouraging effect that criticism can have, particularly when an athlete already has reason to worry about whether they belong or whether they are truly believed, like something coming from unprivileged groups. Some coaches are just directive and doesn't care the feelings by the feedback. So you can perceive that these are two opposing goals when you give feedback. So some coaches are just directive and doesn't care the feelings followed by a feedback. Other coaches resolve this by softening their feedback, lowering standards slightly, overemphasizing the positive things. This feels kind, but research shows it is often counterproductive. The athlete senses the softening and interprets it as evidence that the coach does not truly believe they can reach the higher standard. Wise feedback, developed by Jeffrey Cohen, resolves this dilemma by communicating three things simultaneously. First is that the standards are genuinely high. And this is what it is. Second, the coach believes the athlete is capable of meeting them. This is the second one. And the third one, that the feedback relationship is one of genuine investment. This is the third one. So in the study of Jeffrey Cohen and his colleagues, researcher gave very critical feedback to participants on a writing task. The first group received the feedback as it was. It was very critical. The second group received it accompanied by some positive, encouraging word. And the third group received it framed within what we called wise feedback. What they found is very interesting. So this is the wise feedback frame that they used in the study. It is obvious to me that you have taken your task seriously, and I am going to do likewise by giving you some straightforward, honest feedback. So this is the investment part. The comments I provide in the following pages are quite critical, but I hope helpful. Remember, I wouldn't go to the trouble of giving you this feedback if I didn't think, based on what I have read in your letter, that you are capable of meeting the higher standards I mentioned. So this feedback had all the three elements that we mentioned. And what they found, I'm so sorry, the pointer, yeah. What they found is, the first one is this one. You may recall that the mentioned feedback needs to reach the recipient. So the feedback needs to reach the recipient. They need to understand it, believe it is true, and ultimately act on it. Members of underprivileged groups face a specific problem that we called attributional ambiguity. Have you heard this term, attributional ambiguity? It means that your group membership captures the feedback. It doesn't go deep. You will not accept it because you infer the communicator says because of your group membership. The minority status then shapes how they receive the feedback. They attribute it to bias rather than taking it as a genuine personal assessment. So they believe, they say it, I mean the coach or the teacher says it because I am poor, because I am black, because I am minority, women, whatever. So they want to hide their stereotypes, or they just feel regret. So this is what I mean the minority status captures the feedback, and it is not going deeper. I am not going to take it as a personal one. This becomes a real obstacle when we want them to trust the feedback and act on it. First, we must make clear that the feedback is not about their group membership, but about their behavior. So this is the quote, what they used in the research, this one. And these are the three groups in the research. This was a randomized control trial. So the first group was an unbuffered criticism group. It means that these people just received the criticism as it was. The second group was with a positive buffer. What I said, they received the criticism that was coupled with some nice words, some nice positive words. And the third one was the wise feedback condition. They received the criticism and they also received the wise feedback with it. I am giving you this hard criticism, but I truly believe that you will make it. I believe in you. And what they found is, this is the first one, so the bias, this is the attributional ambiguity, what I referred to earlier, dropped in the third group compared to the two other groups. The next one, what they wanted to see, what happens with the task motivation. And this is again what they found. Task motivation didn't differ here in this group. And so it could disappear. I mean, the feedback itself could eliminate the effect in one hand of the attributional ambiguity, and on the other hand, the task motivation increased a lot. And especially for minority students. So, in sport, a wise feedback might sound like, I am giving you this hard task because I believe you can make it. High standards plus genuine belief, the combination is the core of wise feedback. We can think again about the opening stories, what we mentioned. For example, in my case, it was obviously a wise feedback delivered without any consciousness, without nothing, without awareness of doing it. But it was a wise feedback. a non-verbal voice feedback. I know that you are capable of doing this very hard task. And it is even more powerful for minority groups, so who are coming from underprivileged groups, poor environment. I don't know. Okay, do you remember this theory from the other day? Okay, this is the Wiener's theory about attributions and what kind of bias we can, I don't know, having as a mistake when we attribute behavior to something. And again, we will talk about ability here and effort practice, so internal unstable and internal stable causes in the next couple of minutes. Carol Dweck and her team, I would like to talk about the research from Stanford University. Okay. Mindset is created by praise. So you deliver meaning about the word by giving feedback. This is something that I wanted to show with the research with ambiguity situations. You deliver a meaning as a coach when you give feedback, when you interpret the word. So Carol Dweck and her team gave all the students a really easy nonverbal IQ test. At the end of the test, they praised the students in one of the two ways. One group was praised for their intelligence. Do you remember? It was ability from the last slide. So it was internal and stable. In sport, it is equal to talent, ability. So one group was praised for intelligence. Wow, great job. You must be really smart at this. The other group was praised for their effort. Wow, great job. You must have worked really hard at this. Do you remember from the other side? Unstable, internal, controllable cause. After praising the children, they gave them an option for the next test. One choice was to take a harder test that Dweck told the children would be quite difficult, but a great opportunity to learn and grow. This is the first option to choose. The other choice was to take a second test that was similar to the first, and the one they would surely do well on, but without learning a thing. This is the second option. And what they were curious about, whether there is a different tendency among students to choose between those tasks. 67% of the students that were praised for their intelligence, so for their ability, choose the easier option. While 92% of the students that were praised for their effort choose the harder option. The next test they gave the student was incredibly difficult, one that they would surely all fail, and it was obvious for them. Carol Dweck wanted to look at how the different groups attacked this challenge. She noticed the following: the effort group worked harder, longer, and actually enjoyed the test more than the intelligence group. That group, the intelligence group, became frustrated and gave up early. For the final step of the study, Carol Dweck and her team gave all the students a test that was just as easy as the first one. The results are pretty convincing. The intelligence group actually did worse on the second easy test than they did on the first one. Their average score dropped by 20%. The effort group did better. their average score ended up increasing by 30%. That is 50% difference between the groups. It is amazing that such a subtle difference that you incorporate in a feedback, in this case it is a praise, had such an impact on the students and their mindsets and finally on their performance. I would like to show some of our results that connects directly to everything that we have been discussing. So we distinguished between two types of feedback. Essentialist feedback targets the person as a stable characteristic. You remember from the Carol Dweck study, like intelligence. So it targets the person. So that is an internal stable stuff. For example, you are inattentive. This is how you are. Behavior feedback targets the specific action. You didn't pay attention. The same message, but the wording is different. These may sound minor differences in wording, but our research shows across 7 studies and nearly 3,000 participants that they are not at all. We used vignette design in a between-subject randomized control trial. Behavior feedback produced significantly better outcomes than essentialist feedback on every dimension we measured. Motivation to, these were self-reports. The outcomes were self-reports, but the design was between-subject design. So this is important. So we found difference in the motivation to correct the mistake, commitment to the organization, relationship with the supervisor, expected performance, emotional response, rumination, how challenging they experienced the feedback, how threatful they experienced the feedback, and how much reactance they felt toward the feedback. These effects were regardless of the supervisor's competence. The content of the feedback, we didn't just use inattentive, but we used other couples of feedbacks too, feedback couples. And it was not contingent on the socio-demographic background of the participants. We also found something particularly interesting. When behavior feedback included in excuse. So when you give a behavior feedback, here what you see, this is the behavior feedback. You didn't pay attention. I'm so sorry, it is not very visible here. So this is the essentialist. This is the behavior with no excuse. And we incorporated an excuse into the behavior feedback. So it sounds like you didn't pay attention. You must be very tired. I am sure you must be very tired. So we incorporated an external cause. We are offering an external reason why he failed, why somebody failed or made a mistake. And if you remember again to the attributional theory, that is something that we tend to do normally in life. But in a feedback, we preliminarily offer the excuse for the participants. And what we found is an even better pattern compared to the behavior one. So this is the sheer behavior with no excuse, and this is with excuse. So we found differences, relationship with the supervisor, work motivation, expected performance, organizational commitment, threat, challenge, and reactance between the normal behavior and the behavior with an excuse condition. So it is even more effective when you give in advance the reason that is external and not about their person as a whole. And also what we found is feedback style spreads. When people are exposed to essentialist feedback in their environment, they begin spontaneously using essentialist language themselves when they describe others. So what we did, again, a randomized control trial, we told the same story to the participants, but in one condition we used characteristics, traits, and in the other conditions, we switched to behavior descriptions. So you don't see here, but this is I will send the slides later. But you imagine that you witness the following scene at one of the morning meetings. Your very respected manager in the organization turns to your colleague and says, "We have discussed all the details earlier. And now, two options, the essentialist storyline or the behavior storyline. Randomized control trials between subject design." So the first one, how could you be so absent-minded that you forgot to tell this to the client? This is the essentialist one. And the behavior one, how could you forget to tell the client this? So we told the exact same story, but we used characteristics in one condition and behaviors in the other conditions. And after that, we asked participants to tell the story to a colleague, to a friend after work. And they had to write it down. Individual coders worked on the research material, and what we found is really the feedback style spreads. So participants who were exposed to the behavior toned story, when they had to write down what happened, they used much more behavior words. Those participants who were in the essentialist feedback used much less behavior language, so much less behavior words. So it means that the way how you speak, the way how you give feedback, doesn't only have effect on many of performance-related outcomes, but also it shapes the norm. How your athletes are going to communicate in a group, and of course think about themselves later on. Later, with one of my students, we designed another randomized control trial with sport-specific feedback among athletes. We wanted to replicate the main findings of the former study, but in a sport context, but with comparing the effects of past-focused and future-focused feedback. Again, a between-subject vignette study. So, past focus, we collected feedbacks, and we try to phrase them, we try to reframe them as a past or a future focused one. So the past focused is during the preparation period you missed several training sessions, versus in the coming period try to attend as many training sessions as possible. So again, we compared the two conditions. What we found is similar to the former one, we found differences in willingness to correct the mistake, relationship with the coach, motivation, expected outcome, and also found a tendency in commitment to the coach when participants read the future-focused feedback rather than the past-focused feedback. So, feedback types as general, but I really want to highlight that just the way how you give feedback is just the tip of the iceberg. So Hattie and Timpri identified 4 levels of feedback, and according to them, the level matters as much as the content. So first one is the task level feedback. That is the most common type of feedback in sport. This is specific, concrete, and it is directly about the execution of the skill. So the sentence that it addresses is was the skill executed correctly or not. One example can be you went out at 3:04 for the first kilometer, that is 10 seconds too fast for your race plan. So this is a concrete feedback. Was the skill executed correctly or not? The second is the process level feedback. The process level feedback targets the strategies and the habits of underlying performance, deeper than correcting a single error. So it's a broader one. It addresses how the athlete thinks and moves through the task. So the question that it addresses, how did the athlete approach the task? One example can be, you are waiting for the opponent to move first rather than committing to your own decision. So it is a broader one than the first one. The third one is the self-regulatory level feedback that develops the athlete's independence. The goal is an athlete who can diagnose and correct their own performance without needing the coach input, the highest form of athletic intelligence. So the question that this type of feedback addresses is, how is the athlete monitoring and managing themselves? An example can be, before you attempt the next set, I want you to identify what went wrong and tell me your adjustment. So this kind of feedback encourages independency, autonomy, that the athlete can recognize what is going on independently. Because if the athlete can recognize what is going on, they can identify what went wrong and why. That is a core in training an independent athlete who is not relying on us constantly. So teaching them how to learn, how to interpret and observe their internal feedbacks. And the fourth one is the person level that we talked about earlier, that targets the person as a whole. We wouldn't suggest using this type of feedback, and Hattie and Timpli also said the same, by the way. The distinction between extrinsic and intrinsic feedback connects here. The ultimate goal of great coaching is an athlete who no longer needs the coach to tell them what happened, because they can feel it, read it, and correct it themselves. We can differentiate between descriptive and evaluative feedback, describing what happened. So for example, your arm drive dropped in the final 200 meters as compared to an evaluation or an evaluative feedback like that was poor. Obviously you don't use this kind of feedback. This is not specific, it doesn't have any meaning, it is just an evaluation, and it is most probably will lead to resistance. And I also want to emphasize that Professor Radak said that personalization is very important here. There is no single recipe. You have to learn your athlete. You have to see what is going on, how he or she works, what kind of strategies work and what kind of strategies don't. In the beginning of this workshop, one of you mentioned the importance of intervention science. And I want to talk about a little bit. I want to talk about our research a little bit because we design interventions. And I want to highlight one of our recent interventions that is under review now. This is a study of ours. It connects directly to everything what we have mentioned and highlights that social science is not just about self-report, but methods can make a difference in terms of scientific significance. The central idea is simple here. I mentioned this research earlier when one of you asked the question. So the problem is competitive situations is rarely, so in competitive situations the problem is rarely the competition itself, but how people think about competition. In goal theory, competition is not a very positive term in a scientific way. So we developed a brief 15-minute brief social psychological intervention designed to promote what we called a co-competitive mindset. This is a belief that competition and cooperation are not opposites and that rivals can be partners in mutual development and that competition is inherently self-developmental. The central image was two cyclists taking turns leading and drafting, each making the other faster. This is something that you can see in this distance running too, if I am not mistaken, but I've seen several times that competitors change places because they can protect themselves against the wind. And they are opponents, but realizing by helping each other, they help themselves at the end of the day. So this was the core idea behind our intervention, that cooperation can serve as a self-developmental tool. Again, randomized control trial with 566 university students. The intervention increased some important self-report constructs compared to the control group. For example, competition is facilitating mindset, self-developmental mindset orientation, and most importantly, this intervention, this 15-minute long intervention improved actual end of semester grades among academically at-risk students compared to the control group. So we collected official academic records from the university and we compared their actual performance at the end of the semester, and we found real advantage of our intervention compared to the control group. So what we found is the lower the students' prior performance was, the larger the effect was. The reason why I wanted to mention this here is threefold. First, to emphasize the importance of designing interventions wisely. Second, to emphasize the importance of real-life outcomes and the importance of randomized control trials in social science that can capture causal relationships between psychological concepts. And third, to highlight the power of a good theory when planning a research. And thank you so much for your attention.
Apana, it is how when we give a clap ya kilo, 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Dr. Lila? We should be open to a few questions for this morning. All right, there's one question here. If somebody could help me with the mic.
Okay, thank you, Daktari. A very wonderful presentation, and I believe it will help the coaches in giving feedback to our athletes and enhance their performance. I'm interested with the academic feedback. If you could highlight some of the tools we can use to give feedback. Remember, in our country, with the CBE, competence-based education, we have given a lot of emphasis on physical education and sports science, that's arts and sports science in senior school. But I think if you can highlight some of the tools we can use to give feedback when we are assessing our learners. Thank you.
As a PE teacher, you mean?
I'm an assessor. I've been a PE teacher, but I'm now, I'm at NEC. I'm working with Kenya National Examination Council. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think I mentioned some here. So one would be wise feedback. So giving the negative feedback in a way that encourages the recipient to meet the standards. That is one example what I mentioned. Also, my suggestion would be giving a feedback based on the behavior. This is also what I mentioned here. So target the behavior when you add feedback and never the person, never stable internal characteristics like ability or traits like personality traits or something that the students think they cannot change, because that is just creating a very threatening situation where the motivation directs not revealing my shortcomings but to keep this level of feedback that I received. So what else? So our preliminary study found that future-focused feedback is also better than past-focused feedback. So next time you should do that one. That is also a better frame. But I really believe that connection is at the core of everything. So we cannot give suggestions based on, I don't know, like sheer feedback suggestions without considering the connection between the two parts, because that is the starting point. Because one feedback can be a look, can be so many things, and how it is interpreted by the recipient is going to create the effect. So what I would recommend is building on the relationship, because if you build on the relationship, participants or students in your case or athletes in your case are more willing to accept even the negative or threatening feedback when you give it to them. And of course the big challenge here is to send the feedback there, and the recipient has to understand it, has to accept it as a true reality. So that is the key in influencing their behavior based on your feedback.
My point is, do we have specific tools that we can use? I'm interested with the specific tools that we can use to give that feedback. For example, in an assessment situation whereby a learner is performing a task or executing a skill in physical education. So do we have a tool which we can use to collect?
But you mean a standardized tool?
Yeah, maybe if you can give examples of those tools that we can use.
I don't know these tools. I think this interaction is much more complex than giving just a tool or giving something that is standardized.
Okay, because for me, I'm interested with the academic dimension of assessment, where learners are executing a skill. You want to assess and give feedback.
So you would like to measure the effect of the feedback, or I don't really understand.
It's like you are assessing and giving feedback on the performance levels that the learner has. Yeah,
but that is good because
skill.
you have an objective measure. So you measure something based on an objective criteria. That is very good. You can give feedback that is not likely to create resistance if you say the feedback like you jumped this high or I don't know. Maybe I'm not understanding well what you are asking.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll move to the next question in the middle.
Okay, my name is Abigail from Most. If I got the other guy correctly, the way I understood him is which tools are you going to use to give feedback to the students? For example, if you are teaching physical education, maybe you are teaching them on the skill of kicking in football. So to these students, what you can give on feedback is from number one, you can demonstrate and then they do it. Number two, you can take a video of maybe the best footballer, maybe Victor Wanyama. You show them how this person is playing so that they can be able to emulate. Another one is basically taking videos of them, each one as they kick the ball. You tell them this is how you kick the ball and this is how it is supposed to be done, comparing with another video that is done correctly. And then you can be recording their performance over time, maybe for monitoring and evaluations, showing them how they have improved, and that will play an impact on motivation and it will make them improve on their performance.
All of your examples are very good examples. So all of them, I would encourage coaches to use all of those examples what you mentioned.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any question on this other side of the room? All right, if we can have a mic here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Mine is rather a comment that communications is really complex at this time because most coaches come from a background where it was more of authoritative, and we are transitioning into a world where there's a thin line between being very commanding your presence as a coach and sports safeguarding in sport. Yeah, and recently at the NCAA Final Four, we watched where a coach from Maryland was really harsh to her player, and that led to her actually going back into the game and winning the game for them. The internet exploded, saying that children these days are soft, and the coach did the right thing. But the dilemma was between that harshness and safeguarding, because if we are to emulate that, then we'll have a lot of safeguarding issues in this day and time. What actually saved the coach was the player coming out in the press conference and talking about their relationship and saying that between the two of them it is okay, and she demands that the coach pushes her in that manner. And that is where I think the coach-player relationship comes in, and it means we really have to be careful to personalize this. And then for the coaches, a recommendation would be rather to study developmental psychology so that we realize that through the LTAD pathway, at each level of the athlete, there's a different psychological demand and how we can communicate with them.
Yeah, thanks so much for the feedback. I agree, but still it is a little bit more complex because mental health is the part of the whole picture. So for example, individuals coming from very harsh background, maybe they are much more willing to accept harsh feedback because they just got used to it. But it doesn't mean that on a long run it is good. And yeah, I have several comments too. So what we did here is social psychological research, and we targeted groups. So it is something that is true in Western or European culture for a group. But of course, you need to personalize. I absolutely agree. But you need to pay attention to the mental health issue as well, because performance is not everything. So maybe you are encouraging or motivating somebody with being harsh because this is what they got used to through their lives, because they are coming from adversities, but maybe still not a good choice to make.
All right, thank you very much. Let that be our last question so that we are keeping time.
Advice to NEC maybe would be that you consider making your own assessment criteria for physical education, because the presentation we've just seen is research that has been done and it is not specific to NEC. Because in physical education, if you want to make or give feedback, you obviously have to relate it to your objectives. So the feedback you are giving is directly to your objective. What did you want to see the learners achieve? If it is dribbling, what target did you set for them? And you give them specific feedback. But if you're talking about the NEC or CBE standards of meeting or not meeting expectations, then maybe you need to involve PE experts like Dr. Mike Tang here to sit down with you and make for you rubrics that you can say, for a student to score 7 out of 10, they have to have shown certain skill level before you can award them a 7 out of 10 as feedback. So making those tools will require you involve experts. That is just my opinion. Will give you specific feedback for what you want for each grade that you are assessing. But my other question was just, when you give feedback, let's say to athletes or a team, how do you factor in the situation? Maybe the mental situation of the team. Let's say a team that has just, an athlete that has just lost a race that they have invested so much in, or they are in the process of losing the race. So how do you give that feedback? How do you consider their mental or psychological state before maybe you give them a harsh feedback or before you give them a soft feedback? Yeah.
So the first one is how I would frame a negative feedback is I would try to find the controllable parts in the sequence of events that happened. So what the athlete could have controlled or in the future can control. And this goes back again to the attributional theory. And so how you give feedback to an athlete who is very stressed after failure, this is something that you ask, right? So athletes need feedback, but not an evaluation, not like it was shit, it was I don't know what. Or maybe if the connection helps, or the connection lets you, or you develop a specific language that enables you to deliver your message in this way too. But again, the connection is key here. So I would say that the words count, of course, but with words you develop a certain kind of relationship between yourself and the other person. So I think your athlete is going to be resilient, but because your relationship with your athlete makes your relationship resilient, that can bear your a little bit painful or more painful feedback too. So of course, when after crossing the finish line and your athlete cannot even breathe or something, maybe that is not the first part to address what you did wrong here or what happened, but identifying what went good is also a very important part, because on the next race we expect the athlete to do the same stuff well, and of course correcting those stuff that went badly, that went wrong.
Great, thank you very much everyone for the questions and the feedback. So let us give a huge clap to Dr. Lila. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, Dr. Lila. Now, allow me to acknowledge the presence of our CEO, Dr. Doreen Odhiambo, who has been with us for this session. Madam Karibu to our session. Would you like to say hello? Please give Madam the mic to say hello to the...
Okay, good afternoon to you all. Mine is to thank you for coming to our conference. We appreciate your participation in this conference, and we hope that we learn from each other and you gain what you expect to gain from the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A clap for Madam. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, Madam. All right, we now go to our third session for the day. In this session, we are coming to learn more from one of our local experts. His name is Dr. Gerald Luande from Moi University. Dr. Gerald has worked a lot with the elite athletes in Eldoret and the Rift Valley area, and has a lot of information to share on the things that they have been able to achieve in terms of the sub-2 efforts. So, Karibu Dr. Gerald on stage, and take the session.
Good afternoon to you all. So thank you very much. You know, when I read the title, it was a training workshop and seminar. So much of what we've been doing has been more of a seminar. My sessions this afternoon will be more of the workshop. So my understanding of workshop is work and a shop. So the work will be what we'll be doing, and the shop is where we are in. So I hope you'll enjoy the work and the shop put together. So the previous presenter, Dr. Lila, has been talking about communicating research findings communicating findings to athletes. But now, since some of us here are scientists, we also want to communicate it both to the athletes and the rest of the world. So my role in this presentation is how to communicate it beyond your camp, but to the rest of the world. And whenever you're communicating such kind of work, there are different tricks of reading and interpreting whatever it is you are talking about. So sometimes in this country we say there's a lot of kizungu mingi, and I want to distill the kizungu mingi into the kizungu kidogo, so that we are all able to carry each other along. From the previous presentation I did earlier on, I mentioned the work we did and how I found myself in sports, because I was not necessarily a sports person. And I remember one time Coach Patrick Sang asking me, "Sijai kuona before." So I found myself there by accident. But it's how life is. So I was initially doing clinical trials, then I moved to genomics, and I found myself in marathon science because the people who were to fund me and they were associated with the coach's team were interested in the sub-2-hour marathon, and that was as early as 2016. So it took so many years of different iterations for us to see what happened in 2019 and now what recently happened in 2026. So you can imagine how long it took to do that work. So which kind of sports literature do we get, and what kind of data do we find in those kind of sports literature? So ordinarily, literature is defined as either peer-reviewed or non-peer-reviewed. So if experts of the same field are together, they are called peers, and they might decide to look at your work. And then sometimes you can also publish your work in non-peer-reviewed places. So I'll first of all build my case from there, then now we go to the specifics. So ordinarily, peer-reviewed work starts as original research, depending on the research design you're interested in. It could be a cross-sectional study, it could be a prospective or longitudinal study, moving forward or moving backwards as a retrospective study. It could be case reports, like there was a unique case in your team that you think is worth being known by the world. It could be a systematic review, which I'll speak about after lunch. It could be an editorial, where you write a letter to the editor and give your opinion. On the other end, the non-peer-reviewed work could be a preprint. Nowadays, since it takes so long to get our papers out, we get them out through preprints. So within 3 days, your work is available on Google Scholar. But that does not necessarily mean it has met all the rigor that are required. It could be a white paper where you're writing a deeper essay on a specific issue. So white papers and essays sometimes are interchangeable, but they are different. It could be case studies. So it could be a case study of a team. So recently I saw, sorry, Coach, today I'll use you so much as an example, but bear with me. So recently I saw there's a book, Coach Patrick has partnered with some other person to talk about his journey as a coach and all the work he's done. So sometimes we can pick specific cases. So we can say, let's have a case of Faith Kipyegon. How did the story go? Then we write a case study about Faith Kipyegon. So it could be 4 or 5 pages, but it summarizes the whole journey of Faith Kipyegon. It could be a session paper. These are often of interest to people in high places like here, guys in government, or newspaper articles, which is the other thing I do. So the case I'm trying to build here is, ordinarily we overthink about publications being mainly original research. And sometimes because of the financing or funding situation, it's not so easy to get your funding to do a whole heavy original research. So sometimes you could do something I call a methods paper. So I've shown you, like a Biomed Central has method papers. You could do a research note. You could have like a diagnostic research, just trying to understand the root cause analysis of a certain issue. You could do a pilot or a feasibility study if the funding is so little, or you could do systematic reviews, which I said we'll discuss more in detail in the afternoon. So, what are our data sources? Where do you get the data to talk about in all these different publications I've mentioned? So, data could come from primary sources, and data could also come from secondary sources. So what are primary sources? So a primary source of data is from the person from whom that data came from directly. So a case in point is a source record. So let's say you want to talk about sports injuries, and you do MRIs. That MRI image is a source record because it's the original of the athlete in question. So if there are multiple athletes whom you did MRIs on, then those are multiple source records. However, if that report was written by somebody else and we don't have the image, we only have the report, that becomes a secondary source of the athlete's information, and sometimes we can classify it as a case report form. Earlier in the week, Professor was talking about collecting samples for lactate during training sessions. So biological materials can be primary sources of data. They could be blood samples, sweat samples, urine sample, tissue samples. Somebody talked about the muscles of the Kalenjin athlete. Could it have some uniqueness? And have you done some studies, some biopsy studies? So muscle biopsies could also be used as sources of primary data. Nowadays, we have a lot of wearables with us. I talked so much about wearables earlier in the week, and maybe on Monday I'll talk a little bit more about it. So the wearable data we get, whether it's sleep pattern, whether it is heart rate, whether it is distance covered, can qualify as a primary data source. We could have qualitative data. You know, especially guys in social science like Dr. Lila, they are interested in conducting in-depth interviews to go and really understand what really happened, or what is the perception of these people. Or you can bring the athletes together in one room and conduct a focused group discussion to get group dynamics versus individual dynamics. And sometimes it could be quantitative, and you use your questionnaires. On the opposite side, I've mentioned case report forms, but you could also get this secondary data from scientific publications, so which is literature review, and I'll come to talk more about it later on. You could look at national reports. Sometimes there are reports on certain issues, maybe trends of anti-doping in Kenya. It could be your initial source of information as you are getting into this data sharing issue. And lastly, on white papers. So, to contextualize it, earlier in the week I talked about cooling technologies, and this is one of the papers we worked on. Now, this paper, it was in collaboration with the International Olympics Committee and the National Olympic Committee head of health and scientific commissions in many of those countries of interest. So we couldn't go ahead and start doing a research on how hot it will be ahead of Tokyo Olympics. Yesterday, one of our colleagues talked about climate change and Tokyo Olympics. So what did we do? We looked at different technologies that are available, what are the dynamics associated with them, and how could this information influence the International Olympics Committee, like the overall management body, on how to move forward with keeping the athletes cool. And we also raised the ethical dilemmas associated with it. So this is a form of a paper. It was published in a highly ranked journal, which I'll show you how to rank them. And we didn't necessarily go out to the field to collect data. Why I'm really over-focusing on this side is, you know, in academia, there's the concept of publish or perish. So I'm giving you a trick so that you don't always complain there's no funding. You can write such kind of easy papers and you keep rising up the ranks because the citation index is way higher. Additionally, if you look at newspapers, ordinarily newspapers talk about who won the race and who failed. But you can also find thematic conversations or issues being addressed in the newspapers. So here's an example of an article we wrote on how technoscience is being used in people living with disabilities. You remember yesterday Dr. Kwei was talking about Oscar Pistorius and the challenges that Oscar had to go through. Initially, he was classified as a para-athlete. Then the para-athletes complained. Then he went to the normal-bodied athletes. Then the normal-bodied athletes complained, and now he didn't know where to go. Maybe Dr. Lila will do a mental health assessment on Oscar, because we know all that happened after that. So on this paper, one thing I really wanted to bring out is how we looked at Oscar Pistorius' issue in a narrative format, because it can give you a contextual basis of doing a study on prosthesis. So in this particular excerpt, I talk about the big and perceived fear is that we have reached a point where technoscience can trump genetics, talent, training, and effort. So should we fear this? So these fears were aptly expressed by Michael Johnson. You remember the celebrated 400-meter sprinter from the United States, when he was reacting to Oscar Pistorius participating in the 2012 London Olympics against able-bodied men. He said, allowing Oscar to run on carbon fiber prosthetics might give him an unfair advantage. Oscar reached the semifinals where he was eliminated. He is so far the only para-athlete to compete against the able-bodied athletes in the Olympics. So this can give you a contextual basis. It was not an article on who won the race or who did not, but necessarily on the contextual basis of prosthesis being used in normal Olympics. I mentioned about genetics. You know, sometimes when you don't have an answer to an issue, you'll say the genes are the difference, right? So, for example, if you can't cut your body weight, you'll say my genes are for being, something like that. So we went ahead and tried to ask ourselves, this argument that East African athletes are genetically advantaged compared to athletes from other regions, is it a case worth worrying about, or it is just over-the-counter conversation? So we published this paper in PLOS ONE. PLOS ONE is one of the highly ranked journals. When you rank journals irrespective of the field, it comes at number 28. And when you rank them in life sciences, it comes at number 9. So it's something worth being proud of. But when we did it, what did we really do? We looked at these athletes in two groups. We said, let's have East African athletes on one side, and let's have West African athletes on the other side. Then now go an extra mile and break the East African athletes into subsets. So the test group, we got the Oromos and Kalenjins. Not that if you're not Kalenjin, you can't run, but predominantly, the Oromos and the Kalenjins are the ones who are winning the marathons. Then we had a comparison group for the marathon, that is. So we got the Amhara from Ethiopia and the Luyas from Kenya. Not that Luyas cannot run a marathon, but we know what Omanyala does, right? So then on the other hand, we went to West Africa and looked at the Wolof, the Fula, the Madinka, the Jola, the Yoruba, the Igbo, and that name I can't pronounce. Now, if you've noticed, the greatest African sprinters outside Omanyala are from Nigeria. So we were trying to ask ourselves, what is unique about this kind of people? So, not to bog you down with a lot of the techniques we used, but we were able to demonstrate a number of things here. So I've already demonstrated the groups we engaged. Then we went ahead and looked at different physiological markers among the Luyas and Kalenjins on one side, the Amhara and the Oromo on the other side. So we're looking at the lung capacity, the calcium absorption rate, speed, their heart rate. And then we were able now to say there's a great probability this group of people have advanced genetic advantage on certain physiological markers compared to other athletes. But that does not mean if you have those advantages alone is enough. We are saying if you are training well, you are getting the correct nutrition, plus these kind of genetic advantages, there's a great probability you'll perform better in the marathon as opposed to somebody who is training, getting the correct nutrition without the same genetic advantage. Then we were able to go an extra mile and look at the specific genes and try to see where are they overexpressed more and where are they underexpressed, so to speak. And we're able to see that the things that you find among the Luyas, you'll also find them among the West Africans, and you'll also find them among the Amhara. And the things you find among the Oromos, you'll also find them among the Kalenjins. So technically we said there could be a genetic relationship. But again, genetics works in an environmental situation. So I overheard Prof talking about epigenetics. So you have to look at the genetics and epigenetic mindset. So that was the kind of publication we did. And we did not necessarily visit all these countries to collect the samples. So ordinarily, population genetics data are kept in publicly available genetic databases. So we went to those genetic databases. We were able to collect that information and analyze it. And if you check our work, you'll find lots of supplementary material trying to explain what we found in each of those things. So if I could just give a simple example. So we looked at the genes marking for blood pressure, hand grip strength, pulse, lung function, and many other waist to hip ratio. And we realized commonalities in those two groups. Okay, so back to our presentation. So how do you conduct a literature search? Remember I said that we've been doing a lot of seminar. Now we want to do a little bit of a workshop. So later on I will demonstrate how to use some of these tools because we are at different stages of learning. To some it's a common knowledge, to others it's a new knowledge, to others it is something in between. So you first of all need to understand what is expected of you in this particular assignment. Are you doing an academic paper? Are you doing a research publication? Are you doing those other types of publications I mentioned? Then the next thing is you need to ask yourself, what sources am I getting my data from? If you are associated with the Hungarian University of Sports Science, maybe you have access to very good libraries, the online libraries and repositories. But most of our public universities, we rarely pay for some of those things. So we use open source kind of libraries. So a good open source kind of library is, or open access library is Google Scholar. We could also use PubMed, but not just the entire PubMed, mesh database, which I'll demonstrate shortly, or other platforms you can think of, ResearchGate, etc. Then now, once you're done with that, you have to define by making your notes clearly, planning and defining the structure of what you want to search for. Then once you've started searching, you say, what is the gross way of my search and what is the micro way of my search? So since sports has a lot of parallels to healthcare, I'll use the epidemiology mindset. So in epidemiology, we have two types of epidemiology: descriptive epidemiology and analytic epidemiology. So the descriptive epidemiology will be more interested in the person, the place, and the time. So for example, if you want to do a study on elite marathoners, so who is the person? The elite marathoner. Who is the place? Where is the place? So the place is, let's say, in East Africa. Where's the time? During this window, let's say pre-sub 2 or post-Ineos, something like that. So what are the specific data you're going to collect? Sometimes you'll collect the prevalence data, the incidence data, the disease burden data. Or rarely, of late we've been having mortality rates. This week there was a case in Ethiopia where a marathoner collapsed and died during an easy run in the morning. So sometimes you might also be interested in case fatality rate. So you don't necessarily look at it from just a physical activity lens, but also from a healthcare lens. Then now you might ask yourself, if we are seeing cases like in less than 6 months, 2 Ethiopian athletes have died during a morning run. In Kenya, last year we also had a case. So you might ask yourself, what is the risk? What are the predisposing factors to this kind of athlete mortality during a morning run? What is the causality? So where is this thing coming from? Is it a heart condition? Is it a nutritional problem? Is it an exertional heat stroke? What could be causing this? And then you identify the knowledge gaps in that field, where the field here is sudden death in marathon running. So you get to look at it from all those lenses. So I want now to start the public demonstration and the practical demonstration. So I'll start, before we go to the actual searches, I'll start with how to create the entire map. So ordinarily, you might end up getting a lot of papers, and you don't know what to do with all these papers. Because they're all nice, but how do you synthesize the information you get out of it? I know we are in a room of experts, and different experts have different techniques. So I'm not saying my technique is the best. I'm saying this is what I use. So if you have yours over tea break or lunch break, you can also demonstrate it to me, and I'll really appreciate to learn it. And I'm cognizant of the fact that nowadays there's AI. So my tools are more or less pre-AI. So very soon I'll update them to the AI generation. So ordinarily, when you get all those papers, which we are going to find a way of searching, you need to have like a literature scoping matrix. So this is an example of a literature scoping matrix. So you could have an actual software, but if you don't have access to an actual software, you can just use the old beautiful Microsoft Excel or any other spreadsheet you are interested in. Okay, so ordinarily, when I'm found with this problem, what I do is, on the far left, I say, what study is this? So studies have year of publication. They have the country where the study was done, the study design, the sample size, and the characteristics of the participants of interest. Depending on the type of study you are doing, you might be interested in the specifics that I've mentioned. Sometimes you might not be interested in this, and you go straight to your objectives. So you can go to the athlete characteristics of interest, and you can also go to the objectives. Why this table is important is it will not only help you with your literature search stage and literature review section, but it will also help you at the discussion, because at the discussion you'll have found the results to associate with your findings. So for example, if you go to the left, to the right,
It's not reflecting.
oh, sorry. I need to change something. I was speaking to myself. How is it now? Okay.
We can see it now. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you. So it means even when I was showing the other publication, you guys did not see it. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'll go back to that publication. Thank you very much. Maybe I should also have situational awareness. Huh? You know, athletes have a good reaction time. They know who is coming behind them. They don't just look forward. Eh? So here is an example of the Excel sheet I was talking about. I don't know if it's so clear, or maybe I can clear this to make it easier for everyone to see. How is that? Is it better?
Yes, sir.
Good. I'll try to zoom it in a little bit because some of us macho ilishaenda. So on the far left, on your left, you'll see the study. So the year the study was conducted, the country where the study was conducted, the study design, which we've learned in our research methods course, the sample size, the participant characteristics. They could be socio-demographic, there could be other athlete characteristics of interest, let's say cadence and those kind of values. Then you can go ahead and also align it with your objectives, so that you align your objectives with your literature review, you align it with your results, and you align it with your discussion section. Then you are able even to say the proportional factor of interest. Then on the far, as you go towards the right, you will notice I tag a study with the year the study was done, with the country the study was done, and the study design. So that if at all the cause of deviation in your findings are design related, you are able to indicate this is a design related problem. If it was a sample size issue, you are able to indicate it was a sample size issue. And if the similarity is similar because of all those methodological variants, then it's the same thing. So, to apologize for not showing you the beautiful paper I was talking about, I will repeat that section, then we can proceed to the actual search. So this is what I was talking about before. So I had demonstrated this chart before, where I was trying to show the countries where we picked the information from. And remember, this was entirely a desk review, so we didn't go to the field. And then we were comparing by nationality and everything. Then I went an extra mile and showed you the factors we were looking at from those genetic data we collected. So heart markers, speed markers, lung function markers, calcium absorption markers, among many other markers. We have a whole supplementary material explaining that. Then I went an extra mile to show the genetic predisposition among the Kalenjins and the Oromos, and when we compare them with Luyas and West Africans on one side, and we could see what was being highlighted more among Kalenjins and Oromos versus what was being highlighted less among Luyas and West Africans. Then I summarized some of the physiological markers of interest that we were looking at from the genetic information we received. So we were looking at markers for diastolic blood pressure, hand grip strength, pulse pressure, systolic blood pressure, lung function, atrial fibrillation, hypertension, and many others, waist to hip ratio, so that we are able to say, remember earlier on, Dr. Kwe, you talked about different body shapes, mesomorphs, ectomorphs, and all the morphs. And we were trying to see which morphometric design is more common in which group. So that summarizes the paper. We can discuss more about the paper later on, or you can search for it online and read it. So, since we are into sports, how do we know which papers to focus on or which publications to focus on? So an easy way, when you go to Google Scholar, you can be able to do a metric of all the studies, of all the journals, available. So here is an example of the ones that are leading in sports medicine. And you can see, and I'm proud to say, the paper I just showed you was published in the British Journal of Sports Medicine and many other sports medicine journals, the way they're ranked based on their H5 index and H5 medium scores, or basically the impact factor. So how did I get here? So when you come to Google Scholar, okay, my screen is visible. I have to keep checking now. When you come to Google Scholar, there's this section, there are the 3 bars, then there's this section called metrics. So if you want to know which journal to focus on, you come to metrics. Then when I click on this, view all, it will show me by language. So even if you're not English speaking, you can also pick the language of interest. Then now you come to the categories. So under health and medical sciences, you come to a subcategory. Then you come to physical education, and sports medicine. So that's how I was able to identify what are the high-ranking journals in sports medicine. Now, that is as per Google. Other people might have their own metric of success. Now, once you've known that, now try to imagine you want to search for papers for your study. So let's give our study a topic. So who will propose a topic for our study? Somebody, a volunteer? Mtu atupatie topic, a simple one. Kwa mara ya kwanza?
Kunayo.
Thank you very much.
Come up
Yeah,
with
so
a
we
topic.
want to build upon that study and see if at all we can be able to get all the literature relevant to that study.
Okay, I'll try.
Yes.
Determinants of physical activity participation among adolescents with disability.
Good. So there are 3 keywords here. So 1, physical activity, education. Did you say? Oh, physical activity participation. Then there's also the word adolescent, and there's also the word? Good. So let's build it up. So let's write the whole thing, then we start playing around with it. So determinants of physical activity participation among adolescents with disabilities. Good. And you see, when you search it this way, it will give you a whole mix of information. So how do we filter it around? So the first keyword of interest is physical activity. So I'll do that. So I put the word physical activity in quotation marks. Then it will filter only physical activity. So you'll see physical activity coming out more. But now, disabilities is not being given the priority of interest. So again, I mark the word disability. Remember the keyword thing? Next, the other keyword was adolescents. So basically, if you just want the first 2, these papers answer the first 2 questions. Now, when you want all the 3, then you do that, and you do that. Now, you can see now it's showing us papers from 2011, whatever. Then we can go an extra mile and say, since sometimes they say the older the data, the more irrelevant it is. So we pick since 2022, which is about 4 years ago. Now it filters it. Now, we live in Africa where sometimes some of these papers are on a paywall. So we might not be able to access them because of the paywall. So how do we circumvent the paywall problem without hacking? Because you see there's data security too. Eh? So we say the file type of interest are PDFs. So you'll see all these now are PDF papers. Now, this is one way of doing it. The other way of doing it, still on Google Scholar, is we come over here on the 3 bars I mentioned earlier, and we come to this thing called advanced search. Have you ever used this thing called advanced search? How many have used it? How many have an idea it exists but it is irrelevant? So, you could either tell it to search all the words or exact phrases, or at least one of these. So, I can say physical activity, then I also say adolescent, and then I also say disability. So and then I've said from 2012. And if remember the hierarchy of studies I'd mentioned before? If you want your papers only from a particular journal, you can also pick that journal and key it in to your advanced search. So published in. Then now you say, okay, let's get going. So it seems British Journal of Sports Medicine is not interested in that topic. So we go back and clear the word British Journal of Sports Medicine. And then we search without the word British Journal of Sports Medicine. Now you can see we are getting a more refined feedback over that window. Now, the other way of going around it, I'll use something called medical subject heading. Now, medical subject heading, sometimes you want to check a physiological parameter of interest, but you want specific information associated with it and not everything. So let's say lactic acidosis, because every coach has been talking about this thing called lactic. So how did I get here? So I'll go backwards. So this is what we'll see when I'm done searching, but I'll go backwards to help you guys visualize how I found myself here. So ordinarily, there's something called PubMed Mesh. Have you guys heard of it? How many guys have heard of Mesh? Good, good. Hii upande ingine ya studio? Ama Mesh yenye tunajua ni kama yenye iko kwa curtain? Okay, so when you get to this Mesh, you pick a physiological marker of interest. Could be a disease, a pathophysiology, or anything. So you can see we are searching on the Mesh. But you see, it does not limit you to Mesh. If you want the genomic databases like what I presented earlier on, it's right here. The genome of interest, whatever. So all the keywords of interest can be filtered that way. Then now we say the word lactic, because Prof has been presenting so much about this lactic business. So let us give it some priority. So it will search the system. Now you see, he talked about pyruvate the previous time. So let's say you're interested in pyruvate, you pick it. If you are interested in the syndromes, you pick it. So what I'm interested in for this presentation is lactic acidosis. Then now, you remember when I was doing the initial presentation, I talked about epidemiology, descriptive and analytical. So you can say, I want the epidemiology of this lactic acidosis. So you can select epidemiology alone, if you just want epidemiology alone, and you add it to the search builder. Then now, when you search for it, it will only filter for you the epidemiology of that. And you can go ahead and filter it by year. And my favorite African solution, free full text, because saa zingine hatuna pesa ya kulipa. Now you can see all these are full texts, no paywall to them. They have been published in the last 5 years, and they're all answering the question, lactic acidosis. Then you can even go an extra mile and say which type of paper you want. Do you want a clinical trial, a randomized control study, or a systematic review? So that oversimplifies your work. Now I know I'm 5 minutes away from lunch and I don't want you guys to delay. So I want now to conclude. Once you've filled that Excel sheet I talked about, now how do you publish your work? Or where do you publish your work? So I've shown you how to search for high-ranking journals, but some of those good journals might not be in those high-ranking indexes. So how do you search? So Prof has been talking so much about his wife. I don't know if his wife is called Jen. So there's this platform called JEN. So JEN stands for Journal Author Name Estimator. So JEN can be used as a finder for a journal where you want to publish your work. So you remember the barriers to physical education, participation in physical activity. So you can pick that title as it is. We come to JEN, and we become very nice to JEN, because Prof said you have to be nice to them. Then you have two options. You might be interested in authors who've worked around it, or you are interested in journals. For our case, we are interested in journals. So you click Find the Journal. Now, JEN will give us all sorts of journals, plus their level of influence. So the article influence or the index I was talking about will be this section, written article influence. So you can see what is already published in that field. So on this journal called International Journal for Environmental Research and Public Health, this is what they have published. On another journal called Disability and Health Journal, this is what they have published, and much more. They're just showing the highly ranking ones. In Occupational Therapy Journal, This is what is there. So it really simplifies your search so that if your paper is rejected, you have an idea where to resubmit it to. You don't go home wallowing in pity that, oh my goodness, my paper was rejected. Now, that's one way. The other way, big journal conglomerates like Elsevier, Nature, Wiley, they also have journal finders. So if you come to like Springer Nature, they have a portal like this called the Journal Finder. So you can go there and search for a journal, either by name or by the keywords of interest. So we have 3 minutes between us and lunch. Allow me to accept questions. Then after lunch, I'll demonstrate more on the systematic review. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very, very much for that lesson. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. All right. Doc has allowed us to ask a few questions before lunch, so we will accept a few questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gerard, for the insight. I wanted to ask, the most limitation for us to publish in a peer-reviewed journal is it's the cost. The cost is normally very high. How do we find a journal which can accept my paper with either they give me a waiver because of the country we come from, or like that?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. It's a lived experience, and we also have lived solutions. So, what you're talking about is the article processing charge, especially for open access journals. Now, one way of circumventing that is going to quote-unquote closed access journals, like if you publish in Lancet, they'll not charge you, but the rigor of the paper will be so high. The other way, for open access journals, people go for the waiver thing, but nowadays Kenya is not classified among poor countries. We are in between rich and poor. So they'll tell you, you know, you can't get 100% waiver. So how do you go about it? Either you can say, I have some little money I can pay, or the lived trick, when you are starting your study that you have an interest of it being published in a very highly ranking journal and you will be requesting for a waiver, get somebody like Prof, who is a reviewer in that journal, to be your co-author. Then now you request for a waiver. Then they'll be like, Prof offers us free service of review, so let us not deny him a waiver. It works all the time.
That's a great trick. All right, one more question, Daktari, and then we can close for lunch. Any question?
Okay, we can ask more after lunch once we are enjoying the systematic review. So in the afternoon, I'll present on the systematic reviews, and I think we'll have a nice evening. Thank you very much, and nice lunch.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gerald Lwande. Tumpige tena makofi ya kilo. Thank you. We have now come to the end of our morning sessions. We will break for lunch. We will actually do a 1-hour break. Lunch is served in the restaurant area on the other side of the fountain. Enjoy your lunch. Let us see each other at 2 p.m. All right? Asanteni sana. Enjoy your lunch. So if we get time at some point, we'll give them a few minutes to just tell us what they're doing, so that we also open our eyes to some of the things that are going on within government in terms of sports science research. We also have the Sports Dispute Tribunal, who gave us a talk yesterday. We have NOC, the National Olympic Committee of Kenya. We have KICD. I think we had their voices this morning when they asked a question. We have Athletics Kenya represented, M-Pesa Foundation, Kenyatta University, Moi University, Kisii University, Masenda Muliro University of Science and Technology. We have Koitalel Samoei University College. We have University of Nairobi. We have somebody from the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. Ni nani nimemiss kwa universities? Kenyatta University I mentioned. Masinde Muliro. All right. So see that there's actually a diverse group of scientists in the room, and we want to actually use this as not just a learning platform, but a networking platform, a platform that opens us up to ideas for partnering and collaboration, a platform for us to realize gaps in the areas of research that we do, and give us a way that we can also find opportunities to grow in our research aspects. So without much further ado, allow me to welcome back Dr. Gerald Luande to continue with his presentations. Karibu Daktari.
So thank you very much, Anastasia. You know, last time Dr. Kweyu said after lunch, as long as food is inside your stomach, all the blood leaves the brain, the muscles, and focuses. So to ensure this session we don't sleep, we will be moving the microphone around so that tupige story kidogo badala ya kizungu mingi, because the brain right now cannot process kizungu mingi. So my presentation is a continuation of what we talked about, and I talked about different kind of studies you can publish. And one that I didn't speak so much about was a systematic review, and its close friend or brother called meta-analysis. Now, before I start defining things, I want us to have our own definitions, then now we define it together. So hiyo microphone iko tayari? Sasa maswali ndio hizi inaanza sasa.
Microphone iko tayari.
Good. So what is a systematic review? Nani ashaisikia hiyo kitu inaitwa systematic review? Kusikia tu, mikono. Good. Tumesikia wengi. Oh. How many eyes do we have? As many as a similar opinion say aye? Oh my goodness. As many as a similar opinion say nay? Oh, so the eyes have it, huh? Now that we have so many eyes, let us have an academic definition of what a systematic review is. So tunaweza anza na professor hapo, mmoja yeye ndiye amesema amesikia hii maneno kubwa. Atuambie what is a systematic review?
Yeah, thank you, Doc. But first of all, I must appreciate your presentation. Yeah, and well done for what you have done. Yeah, now I believe if we look at the word systematic, it means that we are consistently reviewing something, right? So maybe I think it is, if you have done some particular research, then it is important to review it so that you're able to maybe look at, maybe there have been some new developments and things like that in terms of the last time when you did the research and what you're doing currently. That is how I would look at it in terms of a systematic review. We consistently relook at that research and see whether there is updated knowledge in terms of maybe methodologies or findings and stuff like that. That's how I would look at it.
Asante sana, Prof.
Yeah, thank you.
You know, he has raised two main issues. The word systematic and the other word review. Most of the time when we are sick and we went to see the doctor the first time, when we are supposed to go for a second visit, what do we say? I'm going for a? Yeah, to look at it again, so that he can look at it again. And systematic is to be consistent. There has to be a method that you are consistent with. Like in Karibu Sana coach, you know, in his team, he can't say, you know, we'll just run haphazardly. Leo tumefika twende. There has to be a method to the training program. So in a review too, there has to be a method. Like, how are we doing it, so that we are able to tell that this thing has been done in a way that is reproducible and a way that is verifiable. Aya, maoni mengine hapa mbele. Microphone ile kubwa iletwe hapa, ile yenye iko na miguu. Ile yenye wana adjust ikienda juu. Oh.
For me, I look at it from a broader perspective, whereby you are collecting whatever you have collected, you evaluate, you synthesize, and you give analytical view about it, but it has to be directed to a given question. There's a question that you are answering. And the materials that you are reviewing must have a time period. You can say you want to review a certain question, maybe between 2010 and 2020. Thank you.
Yes, so there are three things Daktari has brought to the table. So the first thing he has brought to the table is the method. How is this method being done? Now, we mentioned the one systematic, but you see, you're not just systematic. There are specific things you are doing. So he talked about analysis. There's some data you're going to look at in there. There's some information you're going to look at in there. He talked about a study timeline. You remember when we were looking at the initial Excel sheet I presented, where I said, when was this study done? Duration. So the duration is important because some issues are overtaken by events. So if you are looking at something that was done 10 years ago, yet last week that record was broken, it has been overtaken by events. So you must also be particular about the event. Then now, how do you put it all together and give your opinion? That's what he's calling the synthesis. How do you break it into smaller chunks and put those smaller chunks together into a new whole and give it your own opinion? Aya, maoni mengine, upande mwingine wa studio watu wamelala sana. Good. Studio imeamka.
Maybe let me attempt the question. And by attempting, I want to just enrich what Daktari has done. To me, I think systematic review basically means that the way you define review, you review relevant literature using the keywords that maybe from what you had indicated last time, physical activity, maybe disability. So all papers in that area, you try to collect them through that analysis. So basically you are going to review all of it. Then now you can try to find a common conclusion or a common finding. Let's say you are doing maybe physical activity disability in Kenya and also maybe another physical activity in Uganda. You see the findings of that research in Uganda and Kenya, then you see whether they are giving maybe the same conclusion, something like that.
Good. So thank you very much, Makofi kwake walisema ile akilo. Yeah, so you see, there's something he has said, which he has iterated what Daktari has said. And Daktari started with something called research question. What do you want to answer? Like, what do you intend to achieve when it's all said and done? Then now, once you know what you intend to achieve, now you go to what are the sub-components of this thing that I intend to achieve. Those are the things he's calling keywords. So those keywords are the sub-components, and they are coming from the research question. Aya, ya mwisho, ili tuende swali namba 2, maswali ni mengi leo. Aya, huko mwisho, kwa mara ya kwanza, oh my goodness, watu wako tu kwa computer. Kwa mara ya pili, inaenda, watu wa hii side wanaichukua? Aya, sawa. So the second question is, why should we do it? Daktari has mentioned to some extent why. But what other reasons do we have to do a systematic review? So maybe I'll start with the low-hanging fruit, why we do it. Kuongeza the number of papers we have, right? Si wanasema inafaa tukuwe na makaratasi mingi. So, si ni kitu rahisi kufanya, so tuifanye tu tuongeze makaratasi. But beyond kuongeza makaratasi, why do we really do it? Who has an idea? Hapo? Microphone inahitajika hapo? Actually microphone 2 sasa zinahitajika kwa hiyo meza.
I think we do it to identify research gaps. Yeah.
Very good. Makofi kwake. Haya, na ingine hapo kando kulikuwa na maoni. Oh, amesema maoni yako. Oh my goodness. So before tukuje kwa prof, tuende huko kwanza. Tuende huko alafu turudi kwa prof.
One might be on to challenge the existing knowledge, and also to bring new ideas to what is already known, or also to prove again that to ascertain that what is really said, or what was researched on is accurate.
Good. So what he's trying to bring here is the concept of bias. You know, ordinarily, when we think as human beings, our thought is influenced by something. It could be our socioeconomic situation, it could be our environment, it could be our institution. So bias informs judgment. So the conclusions we create are always anchored on those biases. So challenging new knowledge is to highlight those biases in our thought process. Aya, hapo kando alafu kuja kwa prof.
It is done for policy making.
Okay, eleza zaidi.
For the policy processes, maybe institution like government may come up with policy related.
Yes, so you see, before any policy is developed, they will always do something called a scoping review, or sometimes they call it a desk review. Meaning, show us what has already been written on this particular issue, so that tusianzie as if it doesn't exist, but we get to know that there's already something that exists and we are leveraging on this that exists to the next thing. Now, hapa kwa professor, hapa mbele.
Yeah, I think probably you already mentioned it, but the key thing is that you're trying to answer a research question. And maybe you can clarify this aspect, because I have a colleague who always says that you don't necessarily have to have a research question in when you're doing research. But I believe that if you don't have a research question, then what exactly are you doing? Because at the end of the day, you must answer that question. Yeah, so I believe that is why you must have a systematic review.
So what you're saying is...
Yeah, there must be a research question.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof. So what you're saying is, where are you coming from? You know, before you do anything, there has to be an underlying reason. I am coming from this point. So guys who do comparative studies will call it hypothesis. That my hypothesis is this, X is better than Y, or Y and X, there's no difference. So whether we look at it as a hypothesis or as a research question, there's a point you're coming from. And that point is based on pre-existing evidence. So you want to say, is there additional evidence to counter this pre-existing evidence, or do they all support the existing evidence and we should not worry about it? So to your question that should we do a research without a research question, I don't want to side with that guy who says he doesn't need a research question. I want to side with Daktari here by saying we must have a question and we go there answering, or else we'll do something what lawyers, if they're still in the room, call a fishing expedition. So unaenda na net kubwa na unachukua kila kitu, nyamami, mbuta, and all those kind of things. So we can't go that way. We have to be very specific about what we are doing. Now, the last question. How do we read a systematic review? I think this one we will answer it at the end of my presentation. So, could we now start? Are we ready? Good. Si chakula sasa imebalance between damu yenye iko kwa brain na damu yenye iko kwa tumbo. Tumeamka kidogo. Good. So, you remember earlier on I mentioned about original research, which we can sometimes call primary studies. So systematic reviews look at primary studies. The studies that already exist that collected actual data. So these studies could be case control studies, they could be cohort studies, they could be trial studies, and other forms of original research. But first of all, you must look at those primary studies. Then once you've looked at the primary studies, you check, are their methods explicit and reproducible? Then you go back to what Daktari said. Then you synthesize the data you find. You make sense of that data. So sometimes systematic reviews could be a synthesis of multiple primary studies. So you get many primary studies, you go to their results section, and you make sense of that. Or you can do it to what our colleague said, challenge pre-existing knowledge, which is the concept of bias. The other one is you can have a comprehensive approach whereby if you want to do a policy paper, you bring all these studies that have been done on this particular issue together and give us now a comprehensive report. University of Nairobi, or as they call themselves, the University of Nairobi, have this thing called higher doctorate. Now, with the higher doctorate, you always see those guys writing books that are so big, and they're mainly guys in law. I remember seeing one for Patricia Kameri Mbote and Justice Ojuang. So systematic reviews are not that bulky. They are really simple, at most 4 or 5 pages. So as much as it's comprehensive, it has also been synthesized and made a little bit palatable. And back to the methods, they should be explicit, meaning you can literally see them, and they should be reproducible. If somebody else was to do it, they would do the same thing and come more or less close to the same results you found, so that yours don't vary. Earlier on, I talked about the qualitative aspects and the quantitative aspects. Now, when you look at the qualitative aspects, especially the results section, and you want to reanalyze those results for what they said and how much they found, we now call that a meta-analysis. So meta-analysis is an upgrade of a systematic review. And to simplify a systematic review is an upgrade of a literature review, which we talked about in our previous session. So simply put, ordinarily a literature review is just a narration. But when we add a methodology section to your literature review, and we add some results to it, and we add some discussion to it, it becomes a systematic review without necessarily going to the field. And you remember I said most of us complain because of lack of funding. So your low-hanging fruit in this lack of funding space is desk reviews, and systematic review is one of the low-hanging fruits. So with systematic reviews, we are able to summarize that body of research, as we've said. But what particularly are we looking at? There's this thing called effect size. How much of an outcome and what proportion of the population is affected by that outcome exist? Then, what are the reasons for difference in studies? Because sometimes you can, like recently, about laboratory ranges. We are now encouraging people to do lab tests on athletes. But now, the lab ranges vary. Even their standard units vary. Some guys use nanomoles, some guys use grams per deciliter. So, what are the reasons for this deviation? With systematic reviews, you'll be able to find the reasons. Are they technological? Are they durational? Like during this period, guys were looking at this as the averages, and now things have changed. Are they informed by other studies that have been done in other jurisdictions? So there has to be something that informs the difference in the study findings. Then there's a big kizungu here called heterogeneity. So you want to identify the heterogeneity in the effects of the intervention, or those at risk, or the different subgroups. So for example, let's take a case of sports drinks. So the sports drink I was associated with researching on was called Morten. Now, there are other sports drinks. So, if you want to know the difference between Morten and these other sports drinks, how do you distinguish that? So you look at studies that have looked at Morten, its effect, its absorption rate, its concentration, its excretion rate, all the small details about it. Then you look at these. Then you're like, if you look at these studies and these, I think one product is better than the other. Now, you've created a subgroup among guys using sports drinks of this type. But you could also have a comparative group, guys who didn't use that type of sports drink, that technology basically. Maybe they were using the old fluid method, which goes to your tummy before it's reabsorbed into your bloodstream. So basically, if you want to know the different subgroups that exist, a systematic review of studies that have looked at those factors of interest save the day. Now, sometimes when you go publish your paper, you'll find a column called narrative review. How many guys have seen this thing called narrative review? Like in these big journals. Have we seen something called a narrative review? So a narrative review basically is story. Napiga tu story juu ya hii kitu. But when you add the mathematical analysis to it, then it becomes a systematic review. Now, since I spend a lot of my time in a healthcare facility, much of my examples will be healthcare related, but they can be reproduced in sports. So for example, if you want to describe your athlete or a patient that comes to your institute, that's a narration. Now, when there are many studies that have done those kind of narrations, we have something called a narrative review. But when you have a comparison, and I've given you an example of a sports drink, where you have different cohorts or different subgroups that you are following over time. So these guys have been using the sports drink for 1 month, for 2 months, for 3 months. What's the difference? Pre-sports drink, during sports drink, post-sports drink. So that now qualifies this to become a systematic review. So there's something Dr. talked about, which was the question. Systematic reviews are really focused in nature. You must be very particular what you are interested in. But narrative reviews are broad. Oh, you know, Kenyan athletes run this way. So you describe how they run. They wake up in the morning, they do this, they do that, they run this number of kilometers a week, these places. But as I mentioned the example of the sports drink, we are very focused and on a specific type of sports drink, and not all sports drinks in the market, or even wearable technologies that I was presenting earlier in the week. Now, where do we search for this kind of information? So for narrative reviews, we are not very particular where we are going to get the information. It could even be newspaper articles. But on the opposite side, for systematic review, we have explicit sources we look for. We have an explicit search strategy. And I mentioned to you different search strategies before we went for lunch. I hope njai kufanya tu kusikia, lakini it's the same thing. The same techniques we use the other side is the same ones we use over here. So you must be very particular about your search strategy of the kind of papers you're going to include in your systematic review. Then selection. Which studies do you select? Yes, you've downloaded 100 papers. Now, how many studies are going to graduate into your systematic review? In narrative reviews, we don't specify. But in systematic reviews, we are very particular. We have an inclusion criteria for studies, and we have an exclusion criteria for studies. And this inclusion and exclusion criteria is applied uniformly. So if you've said Kenyan studies should have this sample size, then it should be the same. You don't say, let us include this Kenya. You know, Kenya, there are no many studies to include. So hata kama sample size iko nje, tuta include tu hapana. You have to be particular and explicit and uniform about your selection strategy. Appraisal. How do you look at this paper and say it is worth its salt? For narrative reviews, it's variable. Venye unaifeel, But for systematic reviews, it is rigorous and critical. You don't just pick any paper because it was what I could find and we don't have access to some of these paywalls. So I'll pick anything that comes my way. Synthesis, there's this word synthesis. What is to synthesize, by the way? Ile microphone yetu. Mmoja watu wanaelewa hapa kizungu kubwa kubwa. Wengine English is our third language. Who has an idea what the word synthesize is? Before turudishe kwa daktari mwenye alikuwa ameleta hii word kubwa, synthesize.
Synthesize. Nani atatuambia?
Kwa mara ya kwanza tumepata mtu ndio hii hapa.
Kuna mkono
hapa anaelewa hii kizungu kubwa.
Up but not really up.
Sorry. In my simple understanding, it is to digest. You can digest knowledge, you can digest anything.
So how do we digest it? Tunaingiza kwa tumbo, tunaitafuna.
No, it can be unaweka kwa brain, digest. So it depends with the context.
Yes. Maybe tupatie daktari. Before tuende kwa daktari mwenye alileta hapo nyuma kuna maoni kwa wingi. So tuanze hapa then tuende pale.
Putting different things together to form a new one.
Good. Aya, hapo kwingine?
Wapi daktari?
Hapo nyuma.
Bringing things together when you're synthesizing.
Okay, sasa we are in this hall, we are in different tables. So tukisema tunataka kufanya group photo here na tukuje wote hapa, have we synthesized the people in this room? So what is this thing called synthesis?
I'll talk of being able to produce something extra. Like the production. For example, you combine, you can say maybe you combine water and milk. You can say you're synthesizing something we call tea and the tea leaves.
Yeah, you are creating something new out of the initial component.
Yes.
Kuna maoni huko nyuma, kuna coach hapa kuna maoni pia.
Sorry.
I think to synthesize, to take different ideas or information, piece them together and come up with one conclusion.
Good. Aya, na ya mwisho hapa.
Okay. Mine is like what he said. It is a combination or a summary of ideas to come up with a new perspective.
Exactly. So I want to give an analogy. So when you watch national holidays, there's always the kids brought to sing some patriotic songs. Then you'll find some of them wearing green, some wearing white, some wearing red, and some wearing black. When they start the song, you see 4 different colors. But at the end of the song, you'll see the national. Now them coming together as different groups, then they make this new thing called the national flag, is a form of synthesis. So when you pick different information, as much as they're disparate, when you bring them together, a new insight comes out of it. That new insight is the synthesis you've created out of those many publications you are looking at. Aya, kisungu ingine kubwa. Inference. What is inference? Sometimes we use the word to infer. Tukisema we are inferring something. Unajua maprofesa hapa mbele pia waongei sana. So Ann, tupatie Dr. Kweyu hapa tusaidie na hii kizungu kubwa. Inference.
Gladly. You know, my wearable is counting my steps.
It's really
so
counting the
I'm
steps.
gladly running around.
Please share it on social media at the end of the day.
Inference is the decision you can make based on the information available.
Thank you very much. Ama bado naendelea.
For example, from a coaching perspective, based on a particular assessment, you can tell whether this person is in the correct spot, the correct playing position, or has the ability to execute a particular skill. So if you have a short hamstring and you're a sprinting coach, you know the stride length is limited and therefore the performance is not optimal. But on the assessment, there's just a score. Inference gives the rest of the details.
Thank you very much. Sina maoni mengine zaidi. So basically what he has said, it is based on evidence. The muscle size, the competition category. So you must know what kind of evidence you are going to look at and what kind of conclusions you're going to derive out of the evidence you see. Tumemaliza kizungu kubwa, so tumepumua kidogo. Now let's go to things which are a little bit simpler. So why are these systematic reviews great? Why do people like them? Why do people spend a lot of resources? And by the way, I've seen that there are platforms where you can register your systematic review, like from York University, but it's called Prospero. Later on, you can note it, Prospero. there are sometimes funding associated with systematic reviews. For example, if, allow me to use a hospital example, but we can apply it in sports too. If you want to create a hospital-based policy, let's say on something as simple as blood transfusion, you must do a systematic review of different guidelines that exist, different studies that have checked what is the optimal transfusion amount before you can transfuse a patient. So same thing, we can apply it in sports. If we want to know the training load, because one major challenge athletes have is knowing where to cut it. Should we run 200 kilometers a week, now that I'm into marathons, or should we run 150, or should we run less? Should we train all the 6 days? Should we train alternating days? There are all questions. Now, how do you begin answering that? You look at studies that have reviewed training loads. Then you begin making inferences out of that and decide. Maybe one time, Coach Patrick might tell us how he defines his load. Because different teams have different weekly training loads, and different athletes also have different loads. So how do you define that? You base it on some studies that have been published. So basically, the systematic review will provide us with a framework to help the explicit synthesis of those findings we just talked about, and we've defined what synthesis is. It will also increase the power of our study and precision, meaning being on target. It will provide overall estimates and range of effect. Remember I talked about effect, to what extent that this thing manipulates the outcome. Then it will also identify what is greater than expected variability in those studies. Are there studies we should never look at with a lot of seriousness? Are there studies we should focus on more? Now, I want to show you something beautiful. You know, I don't know if these screens are also showing. Oh, okay, I think, saizi inabidi niangalia. I hope it's clearer over there because huku iko a little bit dimmer. So basically, look at it as a pyramid. So at the base of the pyramid is the clinical reference text. So what happens in your setup? Then you come to the case report, case series, and practical guidelines. Then above it, you go to other reviews of the literature. So other guys who've done, whether it's a narrative review or whatever type of review. Then critiques, because sometimes people write, remember the editorials I mentioned earlier on? So clinical research critiques, are they there? Then sometimes people have done randomized trials. So randomized controlled trials, case cohorts, control studies. Now, the higher you go the pyramid, the more influential you become. Then evidence summaries, then evidence guidelines, then other systematic reviews and meta-analysis. And lastly, you come now to the mother of them all. There's this system called Cochrane. So Cochrane systematic reviews. Now that is where the review of the reviews. So basically, I'm not asking you to start at Cochrane. You can start at the base of the pyramid and rise pole pole, pole pole, pole pole, mpaka tufike penye tunataka kuenda. So, umejua, sometimes when you work with Americans, they make you like them so much. But no, whatever. So why should we do systematic reviews? So we've mentioned the why, but what do we need? Of course, we need an electronic database. Now, the searches I showed you earlier were ways of accessing these electronic databases. Maybe, and I mentioned this thing in jest, but Kenya Academy of Sports help us in collaboration with Hungarian universities. Since not all of us will be able to go there, watupatie access to some of these electronic database. How many are of a similar opinion? Tupewe hizo credentials, ndio? Si tunaweza yeko hata kama guest speakers, guest whatever. Lakini tukuwe na access so that we are able to access a wider array. Because most of our public universities, maybe Masinde Muliro is better, don't have access to these repositories. And you see, when you don't have access to these repositories, you'll only report on studies which are open access. Now, what about studies published in Lancet, in Nature, which are closed access? What about studies published, let's say, in Cambridge University Press? Those will be closed access. So you need a wider access to the electronic databases. And some of these universities have those kind of paid memberships. So as part of our negotiation, tuwaambie watupatie hiyo access ili tuandike makaratasi zenye ziko na nguvu. On top of that, of course, you need a computer, paper, and all these simple things. But identify yourself or identify an expert who understands that issue you want to address. And you can have them as your mentor. So if Prof here understands something about hydration, and you want to do a systematic review on hydration, it could be a good idea to partner with Prof. Then have a good background, an excellent background of the information, and results that were published from those studies. And make sure your work is publishable. You follow the correct standards of publication, which we will learn as we go. So how do we do it? So what should we know while reading a systematic review? So ordinarily, when we start searches, we start with the titles. That's what is easily accessible. Then, based on the open nature of the study, you'll be able to access the abstracts. Now, it gets more tricky when you go to the articles. If they're open access, then you'll have access to the articles. If they're not, you'll not. Then from the articles you get, you select the studies that are graduating to your systematic review. So this is where the crux of the matter is, the selected articles. You must be very intentional about the selected articles. So we said systematic review is similar to a literature review. The only difference is the method. There's the methodology section. So your methods are the things that make or break your systematic review. So we said, and many people have supported this argument, we start with the question. Then from the question, we go to identifying missing studies. And this can be a nightmare, because sometimes some studies are good, but you can't access them. That's why I talked about requesting for access to some of these databases. Then the explicitness of the studies you are picking and the methods and the reproducible nature of your methods. Then the systematic approach. If you've said, I'm picking studies done on this particular concept, then you focus on that. You don't go anywhere. Now, what should you avoid? Avoid inconsistency in your selection, and also check for inconsistency in studies. So studies that look inconsistent, you exclude them. Then now you go to the big word, synthesis. At the qualitative, which is what did it speak about? At the quantitative, what proportion of the problem did it report? So that methodology section of a systematic review, how different is it from the other methodology sections that we are familiar with? So first, you define your research question. Then you have an eligibility criteria of the studies you're going to include. So this eligibility criteria could even be population specific. Which populations did these studies select? Then find all the relevant studies that meet your inclusion criteria. Then appraise those studies, weigh them basically. Is it worth its salt? Then exclude studies that, based on the eligibility criteria you created. Then pick the data from it. That's what we call abstracting data. Then now analyze it categorically for systematic review, like putting them in study 1, study 2, study 3, or statistically, looking at the methods and the results they gave, and you reanalyze those studies. So you look at each of those as study participants. So each study becomes a study participant. Then you combine the studies appropriately. Either you can say based on population, based on regions, based on sample sizes, based on study design, but you classify them as such. Then now you prepare a summary report, which will now form your systematic review. So, you remember when we were doing the literature review, I talked about two things. The descriptive, which was the person, place, and time. Then the analytical, which was the risk. So, same thing applies here. So we have this thing called PICO. So PICO is a sweet name for population. What population are you looking at? What intervention or what was exposure, the risk that was there? What's the comparative group, the comparison group? And lastly, what were the outcomes of interest? Okay, athletes are always encouraged to take vitamins, right? So I can use a vitamin example. So a question is asked. In adults exposed to a virus, because athletes can also be exposed to a virus during their morning runs, does 200 milligrams of vitamin C, in comparison with placebo, meaning something that is not vitamin C, prevent development of respiratory symptoms within 21 days? So try to imagine you are the coach trying to introduce a prophylaxis, a prevention strategy for upper respiratory tract infections for your athletes. So you start with this question. Then now look at athletes who've been receiving vitamin C or other vitamin supplementation, because people have been talking so much about supplements. So the question we are trying to answer here is, will these vitamin C prevent common cold? So we are trying to see, does our question answer the PICO? So you can see over here, this is the population, this is the intervention being provided, this is the comparative group, those who are on the placebo, and this is the outcome, prevention of upper respiratory tract infection. Then what protocols do you have? Again, for your search protocol. So you start with the research question, then you go to the search strategy, which I mentioned in our previous presentation, then what studies to include, what specific outcomes at face value, and then what statistical methods were used. Now, this is a very scientific process, and you must have a sound reasoning when looking at it. So always describe your protocol before collecting data. Sometimes we think collecting data is easier, then we reverse engineer. But it's easier to start with the method, then everything else follows your method. Because once the method is right, everything is right. And in my previous presentation, I talked about defining the study design, year of publication, the language, because sometimes you'll find studies written in other languages. So if you translated it, you need to indicate this is a translated study. Choice of multiple publications, restrictions due to sample size, similarity of treatment or interventions, and exposure. So how do we identify relevant studies? Through the different databases. So databases have been changing over time. I showed you some databases earlier on, so I don't need to spend so much time over here. Then you come up with a quorum diagram. So which studies you started with, how many you excluded, until what you'll end up with at the end of the study. Then how do you analyze this data? You start with the effect. What is the effect of interest? If, let's say, you want to check, does this vitamin C prevent common cold? So we want to see, did it actually prevent common cold? So vitamin C is the treatment or intervention, and the risk was viral infection, especially when you are exposed early in the morning for your training. Then now, you must have a quantitative, meaning how many, and a qualitative approach for this synthesis. So what's the direction of the effect? What is the size of the effect? What is the consistency across the studies? What's the strength of the evidence, and what are the subgroups and sensitivities? I'd like to pause over here for any questions. Any? Ama nimewapoteza sasa? Kwa mara ya kwanza? So for the next 7 minutes, I want to conclude this presentation as follows. So how do we analyze the data? Again, you look at the intervention that was offered. How did they measure that intervention? And what specific populations did they look at? Because if you are focused on the marathon, you don't go get data from sprinters. You get data from marathon. If you're focused on rugby, you don't get from soccer and say, oh, you know, they're the same people. No, no, no. You have to be very intentional. Then, of course, I've mentioned multiple times about data synthesis that I don't need to repeat. And I've mentioned the issue of effect and why we need to, no, I think I'm going the opposite direction, major technology. So you can look at different questions. Like right now we're talking about governance structures in sports. And one major issue is always bullying. Somebody gave an example of how a coach speaks to an athlete, which could be looked at as bullying. And it happens even in schools, especially now that we are an academy of sports. So you can look at, for example, what interventions reduce bullying in a school. So you can do a multidisciplinary school, meaning a multidisciplinary approach in the school. You can check if you bring a curriculum to reduce bullying, will it reduce it? Could you have some people receiving social skills training? And could you have some people receiving mentorship? So that is another way of checking that. Now, lastly, meta-analysis, which I said was an analysis of analysis. It's a statistical combination of results from 2 or more separate studies. So you look at the results of those studies, and then you reanalyze them. You imagine those guys didn't do any analysis. So you look at an equivalent of raw data. Now, something really nice, even in the study I presented earlier on, you'll find something called supplementary material. Many elite journals nowadays insist on supplementary material. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the concept of supplementary materials. How many are conversant with supplementary materials? Oh, haionekani huko. I'll have again to change it here. So let me show you practically. Okay, good. So, if you look at this study, all these things labeled as S, they are supplementary materials. Now, one supplementary material of interest is the data set. So if, let's say we said we found this thing, what proves we found it? So we upload the Excel sheet of the data set we used. So you can see data set 1, list of genes associated with 0.1% most differentiated windows. Data set 2, list of enriched gene data sets. Gene sets. Data set 3, list of gene sets in GWAS catalog. Data set 4, like that. So you can come download these data sets and reanalyze them. So instead of just looking at the result they presented, you can literally download and you can have existence of a supplementary material in a study as an inclusion criteria for your systematic review, especially if you want to progress your systematic review to a meta-analysis. Because many elite journals don't want you to end the story at systematic review. They want you to graduate to a meta-analysis because that is what really makes sense. Okay. Any questions so far? Okay. So lastly, what are the potential advantages of meta-analysis? It increases the power of the study, which I mentioned earlier, the issue of precision, ability to answer questions not posed by individual studies, and opportunities to settle controversies and biases that we mentioned earlier. So I think with all this, I'll conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Wow. All right. We, I think, have gotten a lot of information on research, both before lunch and now. And we're really grateful. Perhaps we have one question, not more than two, for Daktari before we move on to the next speaker. Meta-analysis imewaweka hivyo.
I am still available for the next few days. Yeah.
My question mostly is on security of the information, because if you look at geopolitics, say between US and China, they tend to try to caution their institutions of higher learning from being, say, I don't know how to say it, from
exposing their data.
Exposing their data.
Yes.
So for us, where we are still green in this area, how would you suggest we manage such exposure?
Okay. So basically, your question can be viewed in two parts. One is the concept of the wall. So sometimes some countries have walls to access to the information, but there's also information that is publicly available. Now, for the purposes of meta-analysis and systematic reviews, we often use publicly available information. And that's why I've shown you a trick that many high impact factor journals insist when you submit your manuscript for publication to upload your data set. Or sometimes they might say the data set is available on request. So it can be uploaded, easily available, like the case of the study I just shown, or the authors might indicate this data set is available on request. And sometimes good researchers, if you email them for publicly available publications, they can email you the data set. If they're scared, people might misuse it because they don't know who will use it. So they might do some due diligence on you, then they email it to you. So that's the way of going around the data privacy and data security challenge. Any other question?
Great. Daktari, that is bringing up some issues around research diplomacy, around research patriotism, and protecting of heritage through research, but that is discussions for another day, I think. All right, tumpe Daktari makofi ya kilo. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, Daktari. Really grateful for that. Okay, so before we go into our final session, we want to just make a small announcement that tomorrow we will be giving certificates. So this is a certificate giving seminar. And just so that we get your names correctly, there will be another form going around. By the end of today, please fill that form clearly so that we get your name correct. We don't want to misspell your names. All right? There will be an announcement. Perhaps we can announce it now. Let me introduce one of our directors, Dr. David Okoti, to make the announcement from the right level. Unajua mimi ni mtu wa mkono, nimepeana tu message. Daktari, welcome on stage, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's not really an announcement. It is something we're supposed to agree, build consensus. Those of you who are following the news, Kenyan news, there is a transport sector industry strike that has been announced for Monday. Are you aware? So we have two options to react to that. The first option is, now that we are researchers, we can use that as an opportunity for research. One of the research designs is called phenomenology, where the researcher experiences the phenomenon as it is. And in phenomenology, there is an aspect called bracketing, where the researcher suspends their previous biases and knowledge and imaginations. They immerse themselves in the experience so that they have a first-hand experience of what happens in a given situation. So we could use this as an opportunity to research what happens when when the transport sector is grounded, or we can do a review of what happened in the past when we had such experiences, and then make an inference. Dr. Isa correctly defined an inference as the decision you make based on the observations you've made. So we were thinking that instead of taking a risk and saying that we have the activity on Monday so that tomorrow is rest day, we are likely to have a challenge of you and us getting to this place. So we were just having a conversation behind there. Is it possible that now that tomorrow is rest day, we bring forward the activities that were meant for Monday, we bring them tomorrow so that we finish everything, and those who can travel overnight, they do so, or those who can find a safe place to stay so that even Monday, if there is no movement, you are safe wherever you will be. Yeah, so that was the suggestion we were having. But then we said we have to come and consult the participants so that whichever decision you make, we will go by it. So there are those two options. One, we see what happens on Monday, things remain as they are, we experience the day, and yeah. Or alternatively, in view of what has happened in the past, we can make a decision that why get into such trouble, we can move it forward. So what is your thoughts? What are your thoughts? Sorry. Will tomorrow do? What about this research design that I have just explained? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, that is what our thought was. We have had a conversation with the facilitators from the foreign university, And they said, yes, tomorrow we'll do for them, but they have a commitment from morning to about 10, but thereafter they are free. So if we go on with our sessions between morning and 10, then they'll be back here at 10. Then we can run their last session, and then we have the closing ceremony. But if we agree that we do on Monday, they'll use tomorrow to walk around our beautiful country, and then they'll be available on Monday. So then they will depend on the suggestion or the decision that we are going to make. So the CEO is also agreed. She said whatever we agree upon can work. Yeah, so the decision is in our hands, and I think we have agreed that we can be back here tomorrow and finish everything so that we safely find where we can go. Is that okay? So I think then that forms the basis of what my twin sister alluded to in her earlier conversations. May I therefore invite her to continue from there. Karibu sana.
All right, thank you very much, Daktari. My twin brother has helped us, and now we have made the decision that tomorrow is our last day for the seminar. Now that being said, then let me go back to my announcement that there is a form that we will take around. It is running with that gentleman, and that is for us to just put the correct names for the certificate. Now the certificate is similar to the one that was given for the training sessions for the elite coaches. So for those elite coaches that are in the room that have already received their certificates, you do not need to put your name there because it has the same value. And you don't need 2 certificates from the same function. All right? Are we clear on that? Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. All right, so now it is my honor to invite the next guest. I think it is a name that you're all familiar with. The Secretary General for the National Olympic Committee of Kenya, Mr. John Ogolla. Karibu sana. Mpigie makofi, unajua yeye ndiye ana handle Olympics yetu. Ile moja ya kilo. 1, 2, 3. All right. Karibu sana to the seminar.
Good afternoon. Thank you, madam. Good afternoon. Yes, as you've been told, my names are John Ogolla. I'm the Secretary General of National Olympic Committee and also the Secretary of Kenya Weightlifting. Yeah, I'm happy to be here this afternoon to join you in this conversation. It's a conversation that me as a person, the national, and as a part of the National Olympic Committee, we've been trying to push so that our coaches can be scientific oriented. It's good we are talking about research. We are all at the center of research. Sometimes we do it and we don't know. But now with such presentations, we are able to contextualize whatever we are doing. So my presence here this afternoon is just to take you through
our road to LA and Brisbane as a body that is charged with training or preparing elite athletes to international games, that is Olympics, Commonwealth Games, the Winter Games, the Youth Games. And the second objective is championing Olympic education and Olympic movement in Kenya. So I won't belabor much on that. I believe you all know about National Olympic Committee. Oh, whoa. It's too small. But as you can see there, that is just trying to give us a picture of what happened in the last Olympics, which was in 2024 Paris. Kenya won 11 medals. The 9th is rugby, a sport that did well. 83 were the number of athletes that represented the country. Can see that. Can you read that? And that is our target. We're trying to take at least more 3 sports to the Olympics. Last time we had 6. That was athletics, we had judo, swimming. They managed to get to the quarterfinals, and it was the first time that they got to that level in all the past Olympics that they have participated in. Rugby sevens, 12 athletes, 9th place. They beat Samoa in the playoffs. And that also, they had never gone beyond such a level before. The last time they were in the Olympics was in Rio 2016. Swimming, 2 athletes, they did not make it. They didn't qualify to the next round. Fencing, we had only 1 athlete who made it to the round of 16. And then judo. So as you can see, we only had 1 judo, 1 fencing, 2 swimmers. And then rugby sevens, which was men. So that limits our chances of even getting more medals. So if, for example, if we had 4 or 5, then that increases our chances. But if we take one, and the ones you see, the fencing one, she qualified. Judo was more of a bipartite invitation. And then swimming also did not make it, but they try to balance the numbers sometimes, look at the rankings. So if you've gone through the qualifiers, you've met all the procedures or the processes, and you rank well, and they need to balance the numbers, then you'll be given what we call a bipartite invitation. Our target now is to take that number from 85 to at least 100. And you could be asking yourself, why don't we take all the athletes from marathon, 10,000, 5,000? There's a limit to that. You can't take everybody. Per every event, you're only allowed 3. And there is a qualifying process that you have to go through, like the World Championship athletes. I think it's timing, not that I think, it's based on your time. So you could have 5,000 Kenyans with Olympic times, but you can only take 3. So you'll have to choose from the 10 or the 20 and pick your best 3 for every race, for every event. So that's the need, why we need to have other sports also coming up. Because without that, yes, we rely on athletics, but should anything happen, the challenges that we are experiencing, sometimes doping, sometimes, many problems. So should anything happen, then as a country we'll be exposed. Unfortunately, my writings or my slides are too small that you can't see, but maybe the other screens are better. All right, so for us as National Olympic Committee, we have to deliberately take a step. We have to deliberately think on how best we can make this vision happen by taking more athletes to the Olympics and of course winning more medals to the Olympics. So at the moment, we are trying to mobilize resources from the private sector. We're trying to collaborate with universities, with professionals, experts, just to ensure that we develop and build our capacity in terms of empowering or upskilling our coaches, getting our athletes scholarships, trainings, good trainings, the entourage around the athletes, now the medics, the physios, the nutritionist, just trying to ensure that everybody is empowered. And through that empowerment, our athletes will stand a better chance or a good chance to first participate, not just to participate and win. And when they win, through that process, they make it to the Olympics. And of course, we are all looking at them getting us medals. And you all know it's only sports that bring us bring this country together. When we have Kipchoge running or Sare or whoever, everybody's glued on the screen and they forget about their differences. It's the only resource that we have that we can use to make sure that as a country or as a sporting nation, we maintain or we retain that position. For the last we've participated in quite a number of Olympics, 16 of them, and out of the 16, Kenya has come out, I believe, position 1 in Africa. out of the 16, 10 times we've been number 1 in Africa. But of course, times are moving. We don't expect to be number 1 all the time, because others have come through these researches we are talking about. They've come, they've trained with us, they've looked at how we do things, they've learned from us, and now they are beating us. So unless we take this to a higher level, and it can only go to a higher level through such forums where we are taught on how we can research, we are taught on good methods, good ways on how we can conduct our trainings to achieve whatever or the good results that we so desire to have. The speaker on stage, who was last on the stage, talked about fatigue, or at what level, at what point do you stop? To the Olympics. High performance and medal system. High performance in now the introduction of sports, of science in our training, partnering with the various universities around and even internationally, so that we can increase, or rather establish areas that we can maximize on and get more medals. 2024 we had 11, 2020 Tokyo we had 10 or 11, 2016 Rio we had 16, 2012 London we had 12. So you see, it's not very consistent and it's not more of a positive growth. So number 4, sports science and innovation. We encourage our coaches, we encourage our administrators, to embrace use of science in their, in their activities or in their preparations of the teams. I've mentioned number 4, investment in commercial growth. Governance and integrity, athlete welfare, we have safeguarding seminars, we have safeguarding trainings. We've partnered with facilities like Chiromo, just to ensure that whoever has any issue that they would like to talk to psychiatrists, psychologists, or just on mental issues. And number 6 is we are looking at Brisbane as our Olympic legacy. I've described the numbers and the medals. So we want, by the time we are getting to our end of our circle, in 8 years' time, whatever we'll achieve in Brisbane should be able to supersede everything that we've done before. That is to increase the number of athletes, increase the number of medals, and to increase the number of sports. And of course, we have identified a few sports that we would wish to prioritize with the help, of course, with other stakeholders. There are sports who have high potential in terms of making it to the Olympics and even winning. We have athletics, and we have our specialties in 800, 1500, 5000. So we are targeting young people, under 17. So we are starting to support under 17 so that by the time they reach their peak, 25, 26, that is Brisbane, they're able to perform. We have boxing, at least 3 weight classes. Volleyball, I believe I've been to the Olympics, I guess 3 times. I remember Tokyo, Paris, and I think either Barcelona or Greece. Sydney, thank you. Then rugby sevens is coming up very well, cycling and taekwondo. But we're not excluding any other sport. We're just saying these ones already stand a chance. These ones have potential. But should any other sport also come on board and resources are available, it's our duty to support any sport, any Olympic sport, because our pride is when we take many athletes and win more medals. Many athletes, many medals, and many sports, different sports. That's how the Olympic family is ranked. At the end of the Olympics, IOC will sit down and look at how many athletes did you take to the Olympics, how many medals did you win, how many events did you participate in. So as National Olympic Committee, that's our main objective, ensure that we support athletes through the process so that at the end of the day we have many of them there. That increases our chances of winning medals. Yeah. So what we are thinking, or rather what we are trying to put in place, so far so good, is to work with KSSSA, Kenya Schools, Kenya Secondary Schools Sports Association, so that we can target the youth, the young people, and then establish regional centers, academies. We know CAS has academies all over, but we would also want to, we are working on an MOU with them. We can work together with them, establish our regional centers, and target specific sports based on the regions. And then these centers, we would want to have establish high performance centers in these regions, so that we have a clear transition from grassroots. During the Kenya Secondary School Sports Association, we lose a lot of talent in that after that level. So there's no clear transition to federations or even to teams. So if we have these elite centers, that would help us in terms of capturing these talents and nurturing them, and then later on now exposing them to the various federations or to the various teams that can help them grow their talents. We are also forging a very close working relationship with SASDAF. It's an area that has not been explored before in terms of them supporting us in developing athletes. They have always supported us in terms of teams going out for participation in the big games or in the championships. But we are working with them now to at least help us in terms of running or managing those talent centers that will help in terms of harnessing and growing those talents, the youth talents. I've mentioned, and you all know that currently our main brand is athletics, so we either have to defend it and expand it. And the only way we can do that is to have clear succession management plan from the grassroots, the under-17s, the under-20s, all the way. Come up with academies, look for partners who can help us in this journey. And of course, we are receiving very positive feedback from the corporate sector. Many of them are willing and are looking forward to working with us so that we can, as a country, build this industry of sports and make it, professionalize it. Because at the moment, we have not really managed to put all the segments together in a cohesive manner or in a cohesive way with a clear and transparent or a system that can assist or can help all the stakeholders realize their ambitions. I mentioned about the emerging sports, volleyball, rugby sevens, and boxing. So these are sports that we believe with a little bit of support, a little bit of science, a little bit of nurturing, they can make it, and can not just make it but win as medals as a country. And we are targeting Brisbane. LA is just around the corner, but Brisbane, at least if we start now, if we start with the under-17s now, by the time we are getting to 2032, they will be mature enough and ready to compete. I've mentioned about sports science, which I believe has been covered since this conference started. The coaches have gone through all this biomechanics, medicine, sports medicine, exercise physiology, performance analytics, sports psychology, research, and etc. So, and our resource strategy, I've mentioned about SASDA funding. Other stakeholders from the private sector, Olympic Solidarity, and of course, we also have international federations supporting national federations. So it's all about just tapping into whatever available resources and channeling it to the right area for us to be able to realize our mission. So if you look at the priority actions, I've mentioned about activating county sports fund. We work closely with Kenya Secondary School Sports Association. We encourage and ensure that anti-doping education is done. Everybody is compliant. Launch boxing Olympic programs, establish national youth academies, and now We are even contacting our diaspora athletes, the embassies abroad. There are Kenyans who are there, who are good in certain sports, and they would wish to participate or rather represent our country. So we've encouraged them that whoever is willing or rather whoever is ready and is capable can get in touch with their local federation, who can now take them through the qualification process to be able to get into a position to represent the country. I believe this should be my last slide. Governance, integrity, and athlete welfare. So it's a whole ecosystem of doing things right in terms of governance, in terms of compliance, anti-doping issues, and looking at athletes' welfare. As much as we are looking at coaching, but there are other parameters like athletes' welfare that has to also be really seriously taken care of. The mental health, the career transition, the planning, the safeguarding systems, so that athletes' welfare is also taken care of. As much as we're looking at performance, but we cannot perform if the welfare of the athlete is not okay, or rather is not good. So we also want to be seen as a country that is winning clean. Yeah, so we have to enforce, we have to talk to our athletes, our coaches, and everybody who is involved with the athletes that we want to play clean. Because when you win and people suspect that you've not won clean, then again, integrity issues, it doesn't make, that win does not really, you're not happy, people are not happy with it. So the doping is an issue, but I believe ADAC is doing a good job. We should just encourage, support them, work with them, so that our country is not seen to be cheating, but working fairly, winning fairly, and winning clean. About doping is a very serious issue, and unless we tackle it as a country, it will ruin our reputation. And most probably, I know not many people know this, that, for example, if we are banned, athletics is banned, for example, then all other sports are banned. So whether boxing, volleyball, netball, whatever, you cannot go and participate outside the country in an international event that is sanctioned by the international bodies. So it's not just athletics, it's all sports. So it's something that we need to really be keen and serious about. And we have escaped this ban, I think, 2 or 3 times. During Tokyo, Parliament had to convene after hours just to make some legislation so that we were not banned. A few months ago, we were in the same spot and we escaped. I don't think we'll manage the 3rd time unless we comply and do everything the way we are supposed to do them. So this is just about the regional performance, the talent zones that I talked about. Just ensuring that, there are sport-specific areas. There, for example, the western part of Kenya, rugby could be doing well there. Rift Valley, we know, running. Maybe central combat sports, coast swimming. So if we are able to come up and put up those regional centers and just support athletes. Because we have the talent. It's just that we've not been able to maximize on it. But with such forums, I know many ideas will come up, and many people or rather people will see the need and the essence of embracing the experts, the various experts in the fields that we are in. Our medal projection in 2028, of course, with the resources available, we want to move from 11 to 19. 11 to 19, that would put us in a very good place. But again, medals will not just come because you want them. You have to work, we have to prepare, we have to support the teams through the qualifying process, because that's the most challenging and the most difficult part in getting to the Olympics. Some sports have to go through maybe 5 qualifying events. They accumulate points, and for you to be able to collect enough points, you have to go through through those events, whether 5, 6, or the timings like the athletics. So usually, if you are not good enough, then there is no money. When there is money, then you are not good enough. But if you are good enough, and I believe we can all testify to this, that the government at the moment, the sports ministry, has really supported teams in terms of participation outside this country. So with that kind of support, with good preparations from the coaches, the administrators, I believe we will make it, and we can even get more. But it will take time. It will take time. But what I know and what I understand is, as a country, we are gifted. We just need to fine-tune that, embrace a little bit of science, have a systematic way of doing things, and we can easily, get more medals in the Olympics and in other sports. So we hope to get more. Our vision for 2032 is, of course, the national development, integrating the national growth plans with the infrastructure development. Of course, invest in sports, opportunities to attract capital and build sustainable models that can sustain sports. We can no longer rely on, at the moment, we rely on Nike, but we need to, expand that scope of support. Youth empowerment, the various academies that we are talking about, and the academies that CAS has put in place will really, help in terms of nurturing and developing the talents. Continental leadership, we want to be number 1 in Africa. We want to maintain that position, and we can only maintain it by, working harder and putting systems into place that will help us maintain it or go even higher. And of course, the scientific approach that is now coming in place, like what we are doing today, what CAS has done, and I believe they'll continue doing this more and more, so that our coaches can be upskilled and empowered to be able to prepare our athletes and prepare them well. that is 15 and 19 is the same thing. That if we don't get 19, at least 15. But we did get 16 in 2008. But we got 11 in 2024. So that graph is not very positive and impressive. We need to rethink our strategy as a nation, as a sport, or as the various agencies that are working around sports in the country. So for us to attain our vision or the legacy of 2032, we are looking at coming up with more infrastructure, building up on human capital and our youth legacy programs in schools, and of course working with the Kenya Secondary Schools Association just to empower the youth, support them, and build our talents around that. So this plan will ensure a lasting positive impact that will sustain our sports ecosystem. We are working with various boards in terms of advisory, partners, all the stakeholders in the sport ecosystem. We are embracing universities, we are embracing all the experts, the government agencies, both local and foreign, because we realize we cannot do it alone. We have to partner, we have to work together, and we have to consolidate our efforts so that we achieve or we get better by 2032. They say preparation starts the day the Olympics ends. If 2024 ended in August last year, then we should have started preparing then. The culture of waiting until the last 1 year to start preparing will not and cannot sustain or help us as a country. We have to start preparing early. As soon as the Olympic ends or as soon as the event ends, we start thinking ahead. And all the stakeholders must be able to understand that. When they don't understand, then it becomes a challenge. Because the athletes that will participate in 2032, you start working with them now. You don't wait until 2031. When you wait until 2031, you'll not achieve anything. So if you want your athlete, or if anyone wants the athlete to participate in the 2032 games, they have to start now. And that's what we're trying to do, trying to support, trying to work with the various federations and the youth programs so that we can start preparing early. Last year we had Africa Youth Games. A few years ago, National Olympic Committee started youth camps during school holidays. And majority of the youth or athletes who won in Angola most of them were in those youth camps. So it's something that we've proved that it can work if you start early. Just 2 weeks, they come, they train, they interact with others, they are supported. So if we start now, then we are very sure that at 2032 we'll present a strong team and hopefully win more medals. I believe that should be the end of my presentation. In terms of what we are trying to do in preparations for 2028 and 2032. Unless somebody has a question for me or a clarification for me. Yes, I can see so many hands up.
Yes, wow. Well, first of all, to pay makofi ya kilo for the presentation. Thank you. Let me actually, wacha niwanyime leo. You know, I've not asked a question. So let me ask today. Sir, thank you for your presentation. It is really exciting to see that sports science is part of your 2032 strategy in terms of having it within the implementation structure and, of course, in the advisory board. I think one of the questions that we have as scientists is, for us to do science well, we need resources and funding. Is there anything within your funding structures, whether from the IOC or other sources, that is dedicated to research? And if there is how can the researchers in this room and in the country access those funds? So that is my first question. And a comment. Number two is a comment. My comment is that other sectors within the country, I'll give an example, the environmental sector have championed an environmental diplomacy policy. I think the research sector is championing a research policy. I think it is time for sports to also champion a sports diplomacy policy, so that we have a desk in all our missions that is dedicated to sports and sports-related issues. It is okay that we have been sitting with culture for a long time, but I think it is a high time that sports have their own desk in our foreign missions. Thank you. That was my question and my comment. Do you want to take more, or do you want to deal with that first?
Let me finish with yours.
Thank you, sir.
Sports diplomacy. Yes, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I don't know where we met with them, but I don't know what they saw us doing, and they said, yes, this is what we want to do. We want to work with you so that we can ensure that, actually they're the ones who did the letter when we spoke with them. So it's something in the pipeline. All we need to do is just to maybe bring them on the table and find a better way or a system on how best we can champion it. In terms of research, yes, it's new to us. All that we've worked with IOC previously is in athletes and coaches and entourage, support. At the moment we have a request based on research, so we have reached out to them, see if they can support research. So it's something that is new in our regime or in Kenya, but I know they work with certain universities across the world, but how to tap that funding or how best to put it in our context. So it's something that it's ongoing. It's a process that is ongoing. There were 3 questions. What was the other one? No, there were 2. Oh, I thought there were 3. So will you choose who asks the question? Because thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doc. Doc, there is an area of serious concern. I think athletics might be somewhere about it. The medical part to secure the welfare or to make sure that the athlete is assured of medical cover. But maybe because, in football, some clubs feel that the physio is enough, which I find it, I don't know, maybe some of my colleagues might be thinking the same, that we really need to look at a doctor, an expert, who maybe the physio can work under the doctor, because it's an area, and really you see the professors we have here, wonderful presentation, and the doctors we have here. But I've not heard somebody talking about seriously about the side of the part of the medical of a player, you know, focusing on the player as a something that is very crucial for them to, you know, work on. Maybe you would advise. Thank you.
That's a valid concern. At National Olympic Committee, we have a medical commission. One of them is here. I think she's a deputy vice chairperson of that commission. So we have tasked all the federations to ensure that they have a doctor in their pool, they have a physio in their pool, they have a nutritionist. All these, you know, people who are, we call them athlete entourage, so that they have a professional handling their issues. And in fact, what we do is, for you to be part of the team as a doctor or as a physio or as a nutritionist or whatever capacity, you must be working with a federation. So we cannot pick anyone from anywhere to be part of the team unless they have worked with a team which is part of that system. In terms of medical insurance, it's a little bit challenging, but we are working with a few hospitals and to see how best we can provide a cover, for example, a whole year cover, not only just during the competitions or the games, because it doesn't really help during it's expensive for nothing and it doesn't help. So we're trying to work with, currently we are talking with Avenue Hospital, and I can't remember the other hospital, even KCB, on how we can have like a fund, a medical insurance fund. We put like 10 million or 5 million in that fund, and then we identify a pool of players from each federation. Like the national team, if you are in the national team, then you will be enlisted in that program. So if you are sick, you can go to that hospital. Yeah. So whatever amount that has been spent in the year, we deduct from, for example, the 5 million, and then we top up. Yeah. So it's something that rolls over, not an event-based insurance policy. So we are trying to work out on that, because the government does not provide insurance. It's only travel insurance. So when you get injured, we've had cases, somebody has been injured, they come back, you are left on your own. Thank you.
Yes, can I just add yes. So thank you. So let me just stand, sorry. So my name is Carol Okoth. I'm sorry, I came and missed several days, but I'm a sports medicine doctor, and I'm very happy to be amongst you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'd just like to reiterate some of the points and add to what SG said. So I do work for the Medical Commission, and I have been a beneficiary of the Olympic Solidarity. So I was trained in sports medicine through the IOC. The IOC does have research programs in health. This year, they'll be running another one. So there's research that you can do on athlete health. So it's protection of athletes from injury, illness, other health challenges, and anti-doping. So it ties pretty well with what SG has shared. There's also courses that he's mentioned for the athlete personnel. There's also applications for research centers of excellence. So currently in Africa, we have South Africa, where the centers are based in Cape Town and Stellenbosch. That's the only one in Africa. We are really trying to rally to have one in Kenya. It comes with funding for 4 years, as you asked. So at least that can help us fund several research programs. Then the question you asked on athlete health, it really is very key. And as you know, these are people we are dealing with. We'll do various experiments, push the athletes to various levels, but at the end it's a person, and we have to make sure that their health is well taken care of. So be assured that the health ministry leadership, so I work for the Ministry of Health, my kawaida job. I'm called into sports to support the national teams. The attention has been brought onto that aspect of health. So hopefully, as one of the stakeholders, we'll be able to figure out how to support athletes all year round and in various areas. Not, for example, not just ligaments and muscles, but the heart, nutrition, mental health, so that it's more like a holistic approach to athlete health. And I hope that CAS will invite us to actually show you what a model of athlete health care should look like, such that whenever we are setting up athlete programs, those are put into your models. I was just whispering to my colleague here, we're looking at the youth at 10 to 15. How many are we actually losing to injury, illness, doping, and they're not making it? So we need to make sure that that investment is put in so that these athletes cross all the way from youth level, and now we're having masters athletes. So we need to see them at 35 plus. Yeah. Thanks for inviting me.
Thank you, Dr. Ari, for your input.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Let us move to the other side.
My name is Abigail from Masinde Muliro University. I'd like you to clarify something about the memorandum of understanding between KAS and Kenya National Olympics Committee. Have you signed it?
Not yet.
Yeah.
I don't think we are looking at memorandum with them, but we are looking at working very closely with them. We want to involve them in our activities, and we want them also to involve us in their activities, so that together we can identify areas, or together we can champion our missions together, rather.
Please do, because I think a lot of problems are coming out of them. You need to be working together. And then there is an issue of, you said that actually in one team sport, maybe athletics or let's say marathon, we have a number of 3 athletes participating. We already know that Sao is going to participate in
2020.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, so he's going to participate, but already we have other athletes who are elite. How are you going to mitigate the effect of transfer? Because we have one of our athletes, that one Yavi, who is always competing with Faith Cherotich in steeplechase, but she went to Bahrain, of which Kenya has lost a very good athlete, just because we have limited number of athletes transiting to Olympics. Another question is, you have talked about sports science involvement. The reason why I asked about the memorandum of understanding is for you people to work together with Kenya Academy of Sports. In this way, you will be in a position to identify various sports academies. In these sports academies, there are exercise therapists and physiotherapists. I have seen Sawe going around with his physiotherapist to the competitions. Even the other day that he broke the record, he went with his physiotherapist. So you need to partner with them so that any time that you are taking a certain athlete, they can go with the other physiotherapist. Another one is issue about coaches. Kenya Academy of Sports has been doing a very good job. I have seen them training coaches, certifying them. But my concern, actually this one goes to Kenya Academy of Sports and National Olympics. Patrick Sang happens to be the most popular coach in Kenya. Now, who produced Sawe? It is someone else from another country, Claudia. Who produced the late Kiptum? It is another person from another country. Obviously, that means there's a problem with our coaches over here. It's either that they are not getting an opportunity for their athletes to transit to the national level, or we are still having an issue on coaching skills. Because you have a number of athletes. When you go to Nandi County, the 48 that competed in the last Olympics is maybe a double number of the athletes that are in Nandi training for athletics, either in marathon, middle distance running, and a few in sprinting, which becomes a problem, which asks you, where is athletics going? Are we going to be on the top, or we are going down? Because we already know who is going to participate in the next Olympics. So we must really think about that. Another one is the
Perhaps you
issues.
could give somebody else an opportunity.
It's okay. Let me just, this one is my last issue. As long as we're still having issues like FKF issues, we need to deal with our own problems here for us to participate in Olympics. You did not mention football having participated in Olympics for the various reasons, and one of them is the issues that we are having underground. For example, the recent issues of football federations. Yes, we'll take my comments into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very elaborate issues to be stated. Do you want to deal with them?
Yeah, just answer one or two.
Okay, thank you.
Because Patrick, you want to say something? Oh, you also have a question. Oh, okay. Let me finish. Let me answer the lady first. Your concerns are all valid, very, very valid. Huh? But we need to put them into the right context. One, he'll correct me if I'm wrong. Nobody has confirmed Save to participate in the LA 28 games. Nobody, because there is a time. As at that time, 2028, when the entries will be closed around July or June, they will go at the list of all the marathons, and they will see who is number 1, 2, 3, Kenya. Yeah, that is as per the World Athletics records. So if somebody can do better than him today, yeah, between now and June 2028, then he will not participate unless now Athletics Kenya says that, oh, because you're a world record holder and we believe you can still do well, we will put you in the team. Yeah. It happened in 2012. Macau was the, I think, London Marathon winner. He had the best time. At the time of people going to the games, he was number 3 or 4. He was number 4 or 5. But he was included in the team because of he is the world record holder. Yeah. But as at that time, he was not ranking anywhere between number 1 and number 3. About CAS, they can handle it. CAS is a government or a national institution, and their mandate is what you just spoke about, developing the capacity of coaches and technical officials, administrators, etc. So they can handle that. We are working closely with them. I remember when I started, I said it's a good gesture or it's a good step to have such, sittings where we can all, talk and collaborate and see how best we can support each other. About Football Kenya, they have never been to the Olympics. It's not because of their problems, but they go for qualifiers and they've never made it. So when they go for a qualifier and make it, they will go and participate. There were so many, but I think those are the ones I can remember offhand, but still I'm around. I can help answer a few of your concerns so that you also give others a chance to say something. And you have, there are lecturers of Masinde Muliro around. They can also help. Oh, thank you. Oh, okay. I thought there were more than what I've answered. Thanks.
Thank you.
Daktari also. Yeah.
Okay. My question is on these people, the people who have come here from institutions of higher learning. If you look at what's happening in the sporting world, sports science is actually the driver. And I like it the way it's been framed as a theme here, that it's driving performance now. Out of all these institutions that are represented here, I wanted to ask you as a SG of National Olympic Committee, have these institutions knocked on your doors to say, we are willing to do ABCT as well as furthering the sporting disciplines that we have is concerned? Secondly, I know when you go to history, we've had a maximum of 7 sporting disciplines participate. In the others, there is the number in Olympics. 88 we had 7, 2016 7, 2021 we had also 7. What strategy, now that you are incoming SG as a body, do you have as a strategy towards increasing the number of sporting disciplines? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Coach Patrick. The institutions that are represented here, I believe I can see Masinde Muliro, Nairobi University. Those are the ones I can recognize. We are working with them. We have a coaching program with Nairobi University. Muliro University, we have some of the lecturers in our commissions, coaching and elite commission, who are actually from the last Olympics. So they have worked with our coaches, and they're still working with the coaches in terms of science. Our strategy as me now is, I've said this more than once, that having such forums is very good. As National Olympic Committee, we had one in January, where we had all the national coaches, technical directors. We had a seminar, and we are planning on another one in terms of use of science, embracing science in their trainings. We are closely working with SASDAF. We want to put up excellence centers. We have gotten into an MOU with KU at the moment. They are giving us a space to put up a sports performance center. I don't know what is remaining, but they've agreed to that. I think it's just the signing. We have gotten some little funding from the IOC to buy a few containers and a few equipments that we will put there for performance training. But again, I'll go back to that lady's concern. Excuse me, there's a concern that we didn't address, and these kind of forums are addressing it. You mentioned the late Kiptum's coach, who was a Rwandese. You've mentioned Sawe's coach, who is an Italian. And you've mentioned Sang, who is a Kenyan. So you are asking, why do we have foreigners, you know? Whatever we are doing, we are now trying to upskill and capacity build our coaches. The collaborations we are having with the universities, the various universities locally and internationally, is to also help in terms of building that capacity. Before, we as a country, it's not anybody's problem, but the system itself has not embraced or has not recognized that coaching is a profession like any other profession, and for any profession to grow, there has to be more of education, there has to be more of development, you know, strategies, just to build on what you know and to enhance you, do it better. So with CAS now starting such, and even as we're doing that, I believe now Kenyan coaches will get to learn or will get to know. We've been taught on how to do research. We are collaborating with the universities. Now the people who understand, the people we need to work with very closely, yeah, to get us, you know, come up with good programs, come up with good, you know, techniques, yeah. So we are getting there. We've just started. it's good that everybody has noticed, has realized that it's an area that we've been lacking on, and I believe we are on the right track. So, Coach, I believe I've answered your question. We're trying to put up regional centers so that we have many sports. We're trying to come up with these kinds of seminars, these collaborations, so that we can enhance the capacity of our coaches. With them enhanced, the athletes will do better. And when they do better, they'll be able to qualify. And when they qualify, we'll have more sports represented. Thank you.
Yeah, John, thank you very much for that presentation. And I'm happy to see that you are targeting 2032. But I think there is a level that we are missing out. In your levels of talent, we start at the age of 10. I think we are missing out. We should start at the age of 6. We should actually have 4 levels. Level 1 should be 6 to 10 for identification. Then level 2 should be 10 to 15 for nurturing and development. Then that level 3, we should now expose these athletes to junior competitions, junior elite. And then now we come to the Olympics. So I believe it actually takes 12 years to get a gold medalist and not 8. So as much as we've targeted Brisbane, I think we're a bit late. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, in terms of long-term athlete development, as a National Olympic Committee, our major and our main concern is elite athlete. At the grassroots levels, we leave it at the federation, but we are working with the federations to support them. As a coach, that should be the main responsibility or domain of a coach to get the athlete as young as possible, from the age of 4, 6, and CAS is here. I believe that should be one of their mandate, right? So it's not National Olympic Committee, but we are ready to work with CAS and even the coaches and all the institutions just to help in terms of that. I agree with you, we need to start at 4, but as a country, do we have that capacity or do we have that vision? You know, if the Ministry of Sports had that vision and they set money aside, they put up facilities, they have personnel to run such kind of programs, then I think as a country we'll do much more better. But you see, as we are just a subset of that main, and our resources are very limited. So we can only start at a level that we can manage, because we have the Youth Olympics, that is 17, some 18 and below, and then Youth Olympics is from 13 to 17. Yeah. So we believe at the time you're 17, 15, 16, at least you've learned the basics. So if we enhance you, we support you with the little resources that we have, at least we can put you to a level where you can go and participate and represent the country, and just not represent, but represent well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mine is 2 comments. I can see you have a very good and clear roadmap. My take will be if you could break down to maybe action points and assign. You have mentioned that there is work in progress with the various institutions and organizations, but my take will be you can break it down still so that you bring on board many people to take responsibility by giving them actionable areas and points. Now, the second comment goes to CAS. I can see NOC is doing very well. How I hope that we are going to implement all that and we see a lot of success in 2032. But I will wish also to consider Special Olympics and Paralympics, because we are in the world of inclusivity, so that NOC does not go so ahead of them and they are left behind. So I will wish to see them brought on board also, and we see such roadmaps so that we can move together. Thank you.
Yeah, CAS have taken note of that. We also try to work with them. But in terms of action points, yes, we cannot do it alone. We don't have the knowledge and the capacity to do it. And that is the reason why we have various commissions. We launched the commissions, I believe, should be a month ago, there and about. We have various different commissions that are tasked in terms of ensuring that we realize our vision. They do all the work. They bring us whatever suggestions they have, and then we synthesize, look at it, and implement as required. So we are not doing it as a board alone. We have a lot of people. And still, we do not lock out anyone who feels or thinks that they have a good idea. They can either come through the commission or come to me, and then I will direct them to that commission that can look at the idea and then present it in a way that could be accepted to the board.
All right, let us balance the room. So if we have questions from this side of the room, we can take your questions. 1 or 2 questions. Let me start with the back.
Good evening. We are here talking about sports science, and as the SG, you work with federations, and as CAS, they work with coaches. We are all talking about research. We are researching about the athletes, but there is already existing research on everything we are talking about, right? Why don't we go to that existing research that we have and see whether it is evidence-based, so that we can implement and see the direction? Yes, sports science is the direction of like we want to go to, but what are we doing with what we have locally? So yes.
Should we take a second question so that you answer them together? Okay. All right.
Thank you very much. My name is Rolex Kipchoge Siu. I come from Mount Elgon. I'm a teacher. I happen also to be a coach. My main concern is the elusive medals from 1,500 meters, 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters, and 10,000 meters. I don't know as a country whether we are bothered and we are doing something. Observation number 2 is that as a country, we have noted that we have the ability to do well in sprints. You've talked of strategies and collaborative measures with other agencies. What are we doing as a country to invest in as far as sprints is concerned? And lastly, is that for our country to do well, we need to look at the coach at the grassroots. My colleague has raised concern about coaches, and mine is to say that we have a problem because we have not invested into the coaches in the grassroots. Most of our athletes are going to the elite coaches because they are already prepared. Before they are prepared to that level, there is somebody toiling at the grassroots. What are we doing to empower those coaches? Thank you.
Let me take those 2, then we can proceed. Your question and your and her concern are tied together. We deal with the federations, CAS deal with the coaches. Why? Where do coaches come from? They come from the federation. So CAS is the one approaching it wrongly. If you ask me, I would ask CAS, you deal with the federation, they will give you the coach. If you deal with the coach direct, then you'll not get the federation. Go to the federation, ask the federation, I want 2 coaches. The coaches will come through the federation. Let the federation nominate the coach. Then you have that working relationship and a buying in whatever you are doing. But if you go directly to the coach, it's more or less you're just working with that coach as that coach, not as a federation. Yeah? As we work with the federation, because those are our affiliates. Those are the group, that is the group that forms NOC, not the coaches. So as when you want to reach out to the coaches, we go to the federation. Please send us a coach tell your coach ABCD or pass on this to your coach. So, and in terms of grassroots development, yes, there are coaches, mostly it's the coaches' work through the federation. Coaches have different either roles or levels. So there are coaches who are assigned to the youth, to the young ones, to the youth, and to the senior. So unless you get that, strategy right, you'll be training a coach for the youth for the elite, or a elite coach for the youth, which will not really give you what you want. The 5,000s, the 10,000s you're talking about, yes, it's a concern. Not even, it's a concern, yes, and I believe the coaches are trying so much to ensure that we reclaim those titles back. But I don't know what is happening. At the moment, we are facing a challenge. The biggest challenge is from Ethiopia and the 2 Ugandans. It's good the one has moved to the marathon, so we still only have one that we have to deal with. And of course, it's competition. You can't win everything. If somebody is good, he's good. Is that true? If someone is good, like that Ugandan Kiplimo is so strong. Yeah, I believe they've tried all ways to beat him, but he's still too strong. The way Gebre Selassie was, and the other one, the guy who came after Gebre Selassie, anaitwa nani? Bekele. If someone is strong, they're strong. You can't do anything about it, but it doesn't stop us from, trying our best, trying to come up with ways and systems that can beat that. Now that we are embracing science, now we need to research why. Now let's scientifically find out why we are not winning. Now we research on the methods we are using. Yeah? And also try and peep on the methods they are using. If it is the system we are using that is wrong, or it's just mental that hapo tumeshindwa. So as a coach, if you are a coach of 5,000, 10,000, try and investigate, try and look at the system that you are using, the coaching system that you are using, or rather the coaching techniques that you are using, the methods that you are using, that we have employed, which has not worked for us in the last 5 or 10 years, and see if we can find a way to tweak it, see what we are doing wrong, or what, sometimes we need to change, see what we can change so that we can, get a better or a different result. Because if you've been using the same method for the last 10 years and you're getting the same results, then probably there's something not working with that. But unless we embrace the science way, that we get these professors, the doctors in the room, the researchers in the room, to look at the data that we've collected, or rather the data that we have, and the data that they have, and see where do we have the gap. Probably that will help us. But for our athletes going to run for another country, I encourage it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I encourage it. You know why? You can ask coach here. For example, how many 5,000 athletes do we have at the moment with Olympic time? There are over 200 with the Olympic time. Today you look at the AK, at the World Athletics ranking list and the Olympic time, you'll find we have maybe 20 or more who have that time. But you're only allowed to take 3. So where will these other 20 go? And the good thing, they go run out, they come train back here, and they invest here. I don't think there's any who has ever settled. Maybe the ones who went to the US in the early 80s or 70s. But hao wanaenda sijui Bahrain wapi wote wako tu hapa Kenya, wanarudi tu wana invest hapa. So we are exporting sports talent the same way we are exporting We go work in Dubai, we take hoteliers to Dubai, teachers, doctors. So why not athletes? Everybody wants to earn a living. Okay.
All right.
Okay, I'm having a mic here.
Okay. There you
Okay.
go. I
my
think
na-
those 2 more questions and then we close for the day.
Thank you. My name is Shitemi. I'm a teacher.
He's here.
Okay. My name is Shitemi. I'm a physical education teacher and also a national volleyball referee, KVF. Number one, I have a question and a comment. Let me start with a question. I've been going through your list of priority as a NOC, National Olympic Council. I've not seen hockey. Hockey. Because Lakers Hockey Club of Kisumu won for us a championship some few months ago. I think it's time NOC also to prioritize that hockey so that we can be able to nurture and to exploit some of the talents in that hockey, in the field of hockey, in collaboration with the Kenya Hockey Club. That is one. The comment, I've seen my colleagues in here asking about coaching. From where I sit in curriculum development, we have incorporated coaching in our CBE curriculum, in sports and recreation in grade 10 all the way to grade 12. I may recommend CAS together with the federation to come in handy to help to train these teachers, to retool the teachers of sports and recreation together with the PE teacher for them to acquire the skills on how to teach this coaching unit or substrand or strand to these young kids so that they can grow up knowing the basics and also growing with the content and knowledge of coaching. So thank you.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much. The last question, there were 2.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It's really a good strategy, but we also need to include a plan in it because it's good you've clarified you are closely with the international federations and our national federations, but the gap there is in are the national federations able to sustain the talent that they present to NOC, say from the youth games, and then after that they have to wait for the Olympics? Or is it that closer to the Olympics you have a new pool of older players away from those who represented the country at the youth games?
Yeah, Lakers hockey is one of Olympics solidarity scholarship holders at the moment. Not Lakers hockey women team, so it could have not been in the presentation, but we are working closely with them. Currently, volleyball, rugby, and hockey. Those are the team sports who are enjoying Olympic scholarship from now up to 2028. About the athletes who started and then when it comes to the games, then they are not there, or that transition period, we don't have the infrastructure as a country to keep athletes in a setup or a program that can sustain an athlete once identified as a good talent, which I think CAS is the one to craft that system that we've identified so and so. We need to put them in a program that will help them move to the next level and transit. Yeah. At National Olympic Committee, we majorly deal with elite athletes. And the athletes that represent the country are selected in specific tournaments. So you could have been good 2 years or 3 years ago or a year ago or even a month ago, and then there is a selection event, yeah, that you have to meet a certain time or have to beat a certain opponent for you to make it to the team. So as our work starts when the selection has been done, as long as it has been done transparently, the process is clear and transparent, verifiable, then that's when now we pick up. But we still go ahead and work with the federations to develop in a small way whatever we can. But as a country, I believe that's the mandate of Kenya Sports Academy, to identify, nurture, develop, and look and place. I believe I've answered. Oh, the physical teachers, the physical education teachers. Sorry. Now, it's not even CAS. It is the education system. They tell you that they have taught you how to coach, and yet they have not taught you how to be a coach. They just taught you how to be a physical education teacher. So it's not CAS, it's the curriculum, the education curriculums at the university level, which I believe they should be able to either give it a different name or come up with a different curriculum. As much as they're teaching you to be a physical education teacher, they also teach you on how to coach a sport. And I believe Masinde Muliro is doing that. They have a coaching, I think they have a coaching as a subject or as a unit, as a degree. So it's being addressed, but it will take time. So my time is done.
Yes, thank you very much, sir, for your presentation.
Thank you.
And for the knowledge you have shared. I think it is good to clarify that the second function given to Kenya Academy of Sports by the Sports Act of 2013 is capacity building of sports personnel. And we do that in collaboration, of course, with all the federations. And for teacher coaches, we work with the Ministry of Education for that. So, kwanza tumpe makofi ya nguvu. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, sir. Barikiwe sana. All right. We have come to the end of the second day of the Kenya Academy of Sports Science Research Seminar. We are actually streaming online. So we are actually receiving our first online question. And so I think you might need to just answer the online question so that the online folk don't feel that we have left them behind. Allow me to ask you this question for inclusivity.
I can answer from here, right?
That's all right. You can answer from there. The question is, why is basketball not on the list of given recent developments and efforts being made by franchises like NCT? I'm not sure who ends. Nairobi City? All right.
Oh, Nairobi City Thunder. Yes. Okay. It's okay. I think I understood the question. Displaying priorities. Okay. Basketball, there are two versions. There's 3-on-3 and then 5-a-side. 3-on-3 is doing very well, and we've worked very closely with 3-on-3 up to almost, they just missed very narrowly for the last Olympics. And the National Olympic Committee took them to almost 5 or 6 tournaments just to ensure that they accumulate enough points to get them to the Olympics. But unfortunately, they didn't make it. In terms of the team sports that have been mentioned, that is basketball, that is hockey, rugby, and volleyball, who are being supported by the Olympic Solidarity. Usually, you have to apply. They send out a notice, and you do an application that goes to the Olympic Solidarity, and then the Olympic Solidarity makes the selection. The selection is based on how you are ranked or how well you are placed and the selection is supported by your international federation. We don't make that decision at this level. As we collect the applications and then forward it to the Olympic Solidarity, they look at your chances of making it and then they support you, as we don't make that decision. Otherwise, of course, we know basketball is doing very well, and of course we are limited. They cannot support everyone. We are only given 3 team spots at any given Olympic cycle. So once you make that application, we take it and forward it to them to make the decision. So the decision that was made is on only those 3 team spots. Hopefully next time, and based on how they are performing at the moment, hopefully next time they will get that opportunity. But I mentioned that we are working with, we're trying to get corporate funding. We are talking to so many people. Should we get more resources? Those resources now will be directed to the sports that are not being supported at the moment, because we want a wider pool of sports, because as I had mentioned, we want many sports. So if already basketball has, like volleyball already has support, so we cannot support them again. We'll look for another federation to support. So hopefully we get funding. We will consider some of the sports that are not included at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, SG, for engaging with our online community. So for those in the online community that have been following us, we thank you for taking time to participate in the Kenya Academy of Sports Science Seminar. Thank you as well for engaging, and we encourage you to continue asking questions as we go on with the deliberations that we are doing around sports science in Kenya. All right, so let us close the day first by clapping for the online community, because they are actually part of us. So 1, 2, 3 for the online guys. Thank you for your participation in this seminar. And for this evening, let us also say thank you to you, the physical participants. Mumeketi, mumetuskiza, mumeengage, and we really appreciate you. So let us also clap for ourselves. Thank you for the facilitators for today, who have shared their knowledge, who have given without holding back, and really engaged around the area of sports science in Kenya. For the facilitators, thank you very much. For everyone, karibuni chai, tea served in the usual places. All right, and we shall meet tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. as usual. All right, thank you very much. Mbarikiwe sana. Asante. Don't forget the QR codes for your photos, but also a reminder tulifunzwa jana, okay? Please don't use anyone's image without their consent. Written consent. Thank you.